Part 48. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 472. Lin Changyuan didn't even have time to reflect what the old man who suddenly jumped out to scold him looked like, before he was grabbed by the hands and thrown out by two orderlies who had tolerated him for a long time. Of course, before throwing it away, they got a piece of cloth from somewhere and skillfully stuffed it into the opponent's mouth as quickly as possible. After making sure that this person could no longer utter the same words that made people want to curse, a look of relief appeared on his face. Boom! Lin Changyuan, who almost choked on the fabric, didn't even have time to stand still when he saw the tightly closed door. Who was scolding him just now? Who threw him out? Do those two people have a gun in one hand? Now that it is getting brighter and brighter, people around are getting up and squatting at the door to brush their teeth and wash up. When they see a person standing at the door of the game hall that has not yet opened, and there seems to be something in his mouth, they all look around curiously. Lin Changyuan came to borrow money this time early in the morning just so that he could borrow the money quietly before anyone else got up, and that bastard Zhao Plan had no time to come over to protect him. Now that he was kicked out and seen by so many people, he was angry and dull. He thought that the few people in the room were not easy to mess with, and there was no chance today, so he could only walk in a hurry. Leave. Inside the house, He was in a violent state. I knew it. I knew it. How could such a genius have such low self-esteem? It's this kind of villain who is instigating influence. Ah. I understand, he is a spy sent by a foreign country, isn't he? The assistant tried his best to comfort him. Professor, calm down first. He is definitely not a spy. If he really was a spy, he would have taken action long ago. He Lao finally stopped and pointed at the door with his right index finger, trembling and almost roaring. He might as well be a spy. The country of China is now full of waste. The wolves outside are waiting to bite us. Come down with a piece of meat. The leaders and scientific researchers above are all trembling with fear. They don't dare to waste a second, just because, can you break through in such a difficult environment? As a Chinese, he went to kill a genius just for a small profit. He is not a spy. He is better than a spy. The assistant quickly reassured, yes, yes, you said it. Professor. Stop scolding me now, Comrade Nagasawa is still here. The more he scolded, the more awake he became. He was taking a deep breath and planning to keep up his efforts. Those words that required manual coding were suddenly stuck in his throat. He immediately turned to look at Ji Chang's, and sure enough, he saw this ordinary person who had been honest for the first half of his life looking at him with a confused look. If he read it correctly? He seemed a little shocked. He Lao's brain, which was boiling like a volcano, seemed to have been poured with a basin of cold water. In one stroke, the fire was extinguished and the mountain was flat. He slowly adjusted the facial expression on his face. The ferocious look and anger faded away, turning into the kind and tranquility that Ji Chang's was familiar with an elegant demeanor all over his body. Ahem, Comrade Nagasawa, didn't I scare you? He could tell that Ji Chang's had a good temper and soft ears. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see what kind of thing his brother is. Actually, because of a few criticisms from the other party, I started to doubt my own achievements. Is this? If it were someone else, he would definitely pull the person over directly. He would force the person to have correct ideas in his head. He would always be able to break him off by force. But it was Ji Chang's. Comrade Nagasawa, are you serious about what that person said? Are you serious about that? As soon as you hear it, you are just asking for money to make weapons so that you can lend them money. Can you lend them money? Don't believe it, the country values you very much. The army sent people overnight to protect you last night, and they will probably arrive today. He treated a little baby like he was teaching him. Do you think, if we didn't recognize your ability and care about your achievements, how could we invite you? Do you know how powerful you are? The weapons you made are already beyond human. Imagine it. Ji Chang's weakly said, that is a model. He Lao choked. For a moment. Although they didn't spend much time together, he was now able to successfully connect to Ji Chang's brain circuit. He has always emphasized that this is a model, although there are factors that really treat it as a model. But most of the reason why Ji Chang's persisted was because he was afraid of breaking the law. He is indeed an honest man. Even if he is recruited by a national department, he is still worried about these little things and has no pride at all as a genius. Mr. He has also come into contact with some geniuses, and most of them are proud. Is this also normal when they? Ordinary people can't even think of problems that can be solved easily, so it's hard for these geniuses not to feel proud. Mr. He had met several foreign geniuses abroad before. His inherent pride and contempt for Chinese people combined to create a relationship that made Mr. He hateful. But now, for the first time, he wished that a person could be more proud and complacent. Comrade Nagasawa, he is too inferior and too cautious. Seeing that the more Ji Changs tried to persuade him, he became more cautious, so he Lao shut up. Of course he wouldn't blame Ji Changs. Not only do you not blame him, but you also feel that Comrade Nagasawa is really pitiful? Of course, there has to be someone to go to. So he Lao turned around and silently recorded this account in Lin Changyuan's mind. Lin Changyuan. He found out clearly that this man looked polite on the outside, but he was actually a man with a cruel heart. Even though Lin Changyuan looks very prosperous now, his big house has supported the money he has squandered for many years, all of which he got from his compatriot brother Ji Changs. Poor Comrade Nagasawa, such a good man, was deceived by his parents and younger brothers and became a banker for so many years. It was just a matter of losing his job and being abandoned by his family. These people are shameless. They wanted to sever ties with Ji Changs in front of so many people. Now that Ji Changs has achieved results, he turns to him again to ask for money. Mr. He really wanted to tie up Lin Changyuan and throw him into prison? Fortunately, he still has sense and knows that this will not work. You can't do it on the basis of pestering your brother. While Mr. He was asking people to be on guard to prevent Lin Yuan from making any unpleasant remarks in front of Ji Changs, he was also trying to brainwash Ji Changs. You are an independent individual and an outstanding talent. How can you doubt yourself and not believe in yourself just because of a few words from your family? Ji Changs, my brother has a very good taste. He has been like this since he was a child. He Lao, if he really has a good vision, he will work hard to build a good relationship with you. Ji Chang said sadly, it's normal for him to look down on my brother who graduated from elementary school. After all, he graduated from university and is a high school teacher. Mr. He just wanted to shake Comrade Nagasawa's shoulders to wake him up. Your grades were so good in elementary school. It was your parents who insisted on letting him wake up. You go to school. Ji Chang shook his head and smiled bitterly, my parents did it for me too. At that time, my family really had no money to send me to school. Mr. He just wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. If your parents really have no money, how come they don't work all the time? Basically, they just have money but they keep lying to you. What they want is that you are willing not to go to school. Ji Chang's looked surprised. No, a tiger's poison will not eat its seeds. My parents would not treat me so badly. They looked down on me just because I couldn't achieve results in games before. When I achieve results in games, they will definitely come back. He Lao. Do you still expect these kind of parents to come back? He backed away clutching his chest. When the assistant saw that he seemed to feel that the whole world was strange, he was not surprised and hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. Professor, it's like this. The more harshly children are treated by their parents, the more they crave father's love and mother's love. I'm not surprised at all that Comrade Nagasawa thinks this way. And I have inquired about it. Comrade Nagasawa has been very filial since he was a child. Before getting married, he did whatever his parents asked him to do. These years of love cannot be thrown away. I look at us. We should take our time. He is so worried that he loses his hair. Why don't you take your time? I'm not worried about anything else right now. I'm just worried that Comrade Nagasawa's parents will come and act like a monster. With Comrade Nagasawa's current state, he is simply standing around waiting for others to take advantage. The assistant thought very openly, actually, it's okay, as long as Comrade Nagasawa is happy. He lacks care, so he longs for father's love and mother's love. We can just make up for it slowly. He was very calm, it's useless if we say it. Comrade Nagasawa won't listen now. I didn't watch him play games because he can prove his success to his parents. How could a person who has been filial to his parents for 10 years suddenly become sober and not be fooled again? The assistant specifically asked about it. Before Ji Chang's broke up with his parents, many people secretly said that he was foolish and filial. If his parents hadn't been stupid and given up on such a big golden mountain, maybe all the money Ji Chang's earned now belonged to his parents and younger brothers. It turns out that people are too kind. That's not good. Fortunately, although Comrade Nagasawa became delirious when he met his family members, his research was progressing. Show great speed. He is absolutely patriotic. Not only does he not want to take money from the country, he also wants to subsidize it himself. Although sometimes, Comrade Nagasawa is still not clear about his position. For example, now, while Ji Chang's is controlling the mini tank to walk around the house according to the panel in his hand, he is asking very worriedly. Is there really no problem with this? This is just a model. If it is really applied to our country's military, there will be no problems, right? The eyes of Mr. He and his assistant were fixed on the tank that could move without anyone sitting in it. Comrade Nagasawa, why can it drive without being operated by anyone? What kind of technology is this? Unmanned tank, isn't this type of tank low in defense? Although it is easy to detect, it is also easy to break through. But if it is discovered, the people sitting inside are also in danger. Ji Chang's was like this? Isn't it natural and logical? So we need unmanned tanks that can be remotely controlled through the control panel. In this way, even if they are discovered and destroyed, no one will be hurt. Assistant. Mr. He. Can you please stop talking as if this kind of technology is normal? They looked at each other. Assistant, Professor, I think we need to make another phone call. Mr. He nodded, I think we need to send some people to protect Comrade Nagasawa. This Comrade Nagasawa is so outrageous. It would be better if he was not so foolish and filial. Ji Chang's, who had just completed a piece of technology during the day that would definitely shock the world if it were announced, came face to face with his parents who came to visit him at night. As soon as he opened the door, Ji Chang's, who met the eyes of Old Man and Mrs. Lin, was silent for a second. The two looked at him and subconsciously stopped. Ji Chang's looked around. Hey, no one. He suddenly smiled at them, I want money. Old Man Lin said with a stern face, I am your biological father, and it is only natural that your son will adopt you as your father. Ji Chang's nodded. The next second, he suddenly sat down on the ground. Then he raised his voice, Hey! Old Man and Mrs. Lin. They were stunned when suddenly the sound of neat footsteps came from inside the house. Within 2 seconds, some soldiers wearing armed clothes and holding long guns pointed their guns at them. Comrade Ji. Are you okay? Are you okay? The assistant almost flew by. Come and help Ji Chang's. It's okay, It's okay. Comrades, don't be nervous. These are my parents. They don't mean any harm, they just need money. Ji Chang stood up weakly and smiled at his dumbfounded parents. Although you hurt me, I still laughed it off. Father, mother, you guys, wait, I'm going to get the money right now. The assistant immediately became vigilant as if he had discovered a mouse's cat, and immediately locked the target, Comrade Nagasawa. Did they push you? Ji Chang's immediately shook his head with a pale face. My parents didn't mean it, they were just too anxious. Before she had time to express herself, Old Man Lin and Mrs. Lin were instantly filled with hatred. Then they listened to them. The eldest son, who was never very good at talking, lowered his head with a depressed expression. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been slow to pay, they wouldn't be angry. Father, mother, you just wait, I'll go get the money right away. What kind of money do you want? The assistant was almost furious. While checking whether Ji Chang's head was broken, he resisted the urge to go up and hit him personally. Comrade Nagaze, you are too filial. No. You are too stupid and filial. What the hell? Comrade, please drive these two people out. If they come to the door again, please call the police directly. Two people. We didn't push him. We didn't even have time to say anything and he fell down on his own. Ji Chang's nodded. Yes, was I wrong? My parents didn't push me. The assistant was heartbroken. Comrade Nagasawa. It's been like this. Why are you still helping them? Look at their ugly faces. They lie without blinking an eye. It's as if they really didn't push you same. If you still want to give them money, I think they deserve to eat air. Quick, quick. Get out. Mr. Lin and Mr. Lin didn't even have time to open their mouths before they were pushed out. The people around who heard the noise and ran out to watch were still pointing and pointing. Are these two wronging my son again? Thank you Boss G for being filial. You just attacked Boss G. I really don't know how this brain develops. Such a promising son must confront him. You're still saying you didn't push it, Tisk, you're really pretending. The two of them stood there blankly, watching as their eldest son, who had just so directly and obviously framed them, entered the house reluctantly. Vaguely, the assistant's voice can still be heard. Comrade Nagasawa, you are just too weak and too filial. Being kind and honest is not a problem, but you are too kind and honest. The assistant looked at the way Ji Chang's kept looking back at his parents, gloating at his misfortune, and sighed with a sense of worry. Comrade Nagasawa was so easily deceived, what would he do without them watching? The author has something to say. My cold has gotten worse today and I feel a little dizzy. Just write less today and rush again tomorrow. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 473. Ji Chang's was forcibly brought back to the house. The assistant followed behind, and when he saw Mr. He slowly drinking tea in the room, he immediately gave him a look. He has followed Mr. He for so long, and he still has a tacit understanding. Seeing the assistant's appearance, Mr. He almost understood the general idea immediately. Cough. He quickly put down the teacup in his hand, pulled out a chair, picked up a blanket, and poured hot water. The series of preparations only took less than a minute. The assistant also brought Ji Chang's into the room and sat down on a chair. Mr. He immediately handed over the blanket and watched it being draped over Ji Chang's body before placing the newly poured cup of hot water into Ji Chang's hand. Comrade Nagasawa, it's very cold outside. Come on, drink some hot water to warm your lower body. You look pale. The first step in letting Comrade Nagaze see the true face of his family is to tell him what it is like to get along with a real family member, and then give him the warmth of a family member. Seeing Ji Chang's nodding gratefully and taking a sip of hot water, Mr. He continued to smile and said, I thought I heard some noises just now. What's wrong? Is your brother here again? When he said the word you, he bite the word very hard, and under his kind-hearted face, he could hardly control the gnashing of his teeth. Not him. Ji Chang shook his head as if disappointed and lowered his eyes. The assistant standing behind him immediately mouthed to Mr. He, parents, yes. Parents. He Lao expressed understanding with his eyes. The assistant continued, I want money. He Lao sneered in his heart. Sure enough, he was the same as Lin Changyuan. He immediately confirmed the battle plan and said to Ji Chang's, who was silent and obviously depressed. What did your brother do last time? No, he said that just because you didn't lend money. You should let your parents teach him a lesson. After your brother returned home, he should have been taught a lesson by your parents, right? Ji Chang's looked up, and there was hope in his eyes that Mr. He had expected. Is it really possible? Will my parents tell my brother because of me? As long as they are parents who love their children, they can. Mr. He gave an example, all parents in the world would rather suffer themselves than let their children suffer. Look at me. I earn a lot of money every month and I can't bear to spend it. Give it all to me. My best friend keeps it. The first step to let Comrade Nagay see the true face of his family, crazy hints. Even when I was poor, I never thought of asking my daughter for money. This is what every parent who loves their children would do. Parents only hope that their children's lives will be better, but ordinary people, if you can live on your own, you will never reach out to your children. He almost took out Mr. Lin and hung them there, with yes, 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 they are the kind of parents who don't love you written on their bodies. Ji Chang's felt depressed at first for a moment. Then he looked up sharply. With a cheerful face, they don't love me. It must be because I'm not good enough. As long as I make the most powerful game, my parents will definitely love me. Professor, I'm going to go inside and play games first, dash. I'll tell you later. After saying that, he went in with high spirits. Assistant. Mr. He. The assistant Ching Ching said, Professor, is our method wrong? He looked at Ji Chang's retreating figure, and after thinking for a long time, he finally came up with this sentence, why do I feel that Comrade Chang's seems to be more attached to his parents? Mr. He, it doesn't matter. Although we didn't get the results we wanted, at any rate, Comrade Chang's is very motivated. Anyway, with them watching, the parents couldn't make any trouble. Comrade Nagasawa can be so dedicated to making weapons, no, making games, which can be considered a good thing. The owner of Snowflake Game Center is attracted by the State Department. This news, just like how fun the Snowflake game console was before, spread quickly everywhere. People's conversation quickly shifted from how fun the game console is to how awesome the owner of the Snowflake Game Center is. Yuan Liu Games was so ruined that my intestines turned green. I mean, the chairman knew about it when he came back. He immediately fired the leader who fired Ji Chang's and even brought gifts to Ji Chang's. I'm here to apologize. Doesn't that little leader hold a grudge against him? What are you holding a grudge for? That little leader is more anxious than their chairman. Ji Chang's is not only the owner of the Snowflake Game Center now, he may also work for the country in the future. He is always followed by soldiers with guns when he goes out. He can't wait for Ji Chang's to remember that it's too late. Although they say they are gossiping, there is such a thing happening in their county. He is a man of great influence. Everyone thinks that he is very proud of him. It's really unexpected. We have been neighbors with him for so many years, but we only now know what Boss G is capable of. It's not just us. Even his parents don't know. And his younger brother, Tisk Tisk Tisk, has never seen him come to the door before. Now the eldest brother dash. He's out of money. He immediately comes to borrow money. If he can't borrow it, he will block him. To say that he was disobedient, it was the military comrades who drove him away, or the high school teacher. I really didn't expect him to be such a person. I heard before that the reason why his younger brother is so famous is because he spent his eldest brother's money. Ji Chang's is also a fool. All the money he earned was defrauded by his parents. I know people in their village. They said that Ji Chang's has been filial since he was a child, and his parents relied on this to abuse him. He must be regretting it now. Ji Chang's and his neighbors in Tongzilu also enthusiastically joined the gossip army. His parents were still pretending to be very nice to him. If it hadn't been for those two people who revealed their true colors later when he lost his job, they might still be kept in the dark now. We have been neighbors for 10 years and his brother has never come to our door. The new school bag Zyoko bought for Zyoksu was taken away by her grandparents even a day before she used it. She said it was for her grandson. It's really shameless to snatch something from a child. It seemed that overnight, with the news that Ji Chang's was recruited by the State Department, what spread throughout the county was the actions and deeds of the three members of the family. Ji Chang's was bored in the room playing his games all day long. No matter how curious others were, they naturally couldn't come to him to inquire. The situation over there with Lin Changyuan was different. His colleagues didn't ask him anything, they just looked at him with strange eyes. The students are well informed, especially with the clever little Zhao Jiji who is there to add fuel to the flames. They usually have a lot of free time, but now they spend all day together counting Lin Chang, Yuan's watch, Lin Chang, Yuan's house, and Lin Chang, Yuan? How many years of salary does it cost to buy brand name goods? After doing some calculations, I came to a conclusion. With so many things added together, with Lin Changjia Yuan's salary, unless he didn't eat or drink for 50 years, he wouldn't be able to earn the money to buy those things. Zhao Jiplan's friends even made a list and copied it and distributed it everywhere. Their math scores are also not improved in vain. Yes, the calculated result is that not only Lin Changyuan cannot afford it, but even the former Ji Chang's cannot afford it. So the question is, where does his extravagant money come from? Everyone has been doing the math, but if they can't come up with a correct conclusion, then, is it right or not? After this amount spread, it attracted the attention of a teacher who once worked in the school. The extra money he had actually matched the money the school had lost before. The school had made mistakes in terms of financial matters before, and it was inexplicably missing $2,000. This was not a small amount of money. The teacher in charge of this aspect at the time searched and couldn't find the reason, so he had to take the blame and resign. He was also forced to bear a debt of more than 3,000 yuan. He worked hard every day after resigning so that he could pay off his debts as soon as possible. Originally, he was just listening to gossip about Lin Changyuan. But when he heard the students' calculations of unclear origins, the blood in his body began to boil. The finance teacher, who had been under pressure for too long, immediately called the police. In full view of the public, the police took away Lin Changyuan who was giving a lecture. Is that money indeed? It can't be accounted for. Even if Mr. Lin and Mr. Lin arrived and tried to argue that the money was given to them, they could not tell where the money came from. Both of them are farmers, and they haven't really been to the fields for many years. They rely on money from their eldest son for food, drink, housing, and transportation. Where does the source of money come from? Even if they say that the money was given by Ji Chang's gave 200 a month, counting 10 years, and excluding Lin Changjia Yuan's expenses, the extra money will not be enough. As for it, it fell from the sky. Lin Changyuan was locked up in the police station. He couldn't tell the source, and he couldn't bear the hardship inside, so he finally had to admit it. Because he was a colleague with the finance teacher at the time, he knew that the school had a certain amount of property in circulation at that time, And he also knew where the money was placed. Lin Changyuan had his eye on a bicycle, but he couldn't afford the money at the time, so he became greedy. He knew that the finance teacher had the habit of taking a nap first, then counting the money over and over, and finally sending the money to the principal's office, so he took advantage of the teacher's nap to quietly take the key, open the drawer and take away the money. After that, he hid the money and mixed it into the money given by his parents every month. He only said to his wife that it was used by his parents, who felt sorry for him. Before, Ji Chang's only kept silent about giving money and never said anything to the outside world. Well, others only think that Lin Changyuan's parents are rich. No matter how much he spends, no one will doubt him. After all, he took action. Xiang Dafang, who would believe that he stole money? The finance teacher couldn't figure out where the money went, so he could only take the blame, resign, and live hard with debt. Now that he knew who the culprit was, he wanted to tear off a piece of flesh from Lin Changyuan's body. After the school learned the truth, it quickly provided a solution. Lin Changyuan wants to reconcile? Can. First, he made up for the school's shortfall, and then compensated the finance teacher who took the blame for him, 1,000 yuan in compensation. Of course, such a person who steals money is not worthy of being a teacher anymore, not to mention that Lin Changyuan is from a prestigious university and has no ability at all in teaching students. Now that his reputation has become bad and he has done something like this again, even if the school does not expel him, parents will no longer be willing to teach their children with such a corrupt person. This means that now, the school is unwilling to make the matter a big deal and has not pursued the matter. If this had happened in the past, if Lin Changyuan had stolen money, he would have definitely been imprisoned for more than 10 years. But new problems arise. The shortfall of 3,000 yuan plus the compensation of 3,000 yuan, a total of 6,200 yuan. Where did he get so much money? Old man Lin and the old lady always went to their eldest son when they were short of money. Any extra money they had was given to Lin Changyuan, and they themselves did not save money. And now that Ji Chang's is under heavy protection, let alone asking for money, they won't be able to get it even if they get close. Lin Changyuan sat in jail dejectedly, unable to figure out that he just took a little money, a mere 3,000 yuan, and put it before his rebirth, so he could work casually for a few months. How could the school fire him because of this little money and still ask him to pay it back? He was eventually released on bail. The person who bailed him out was his beautiful, young wife with a little background. This woman, who had been a housewife since giving birth to her child, held her son in her arms and looked at Lin Changyuan with eyes full of disappointment. After the child was born, you never helped me. When my son got sick, I was the only one who was anxious and worried. You looked at it yourself, you went home and slept in a while, not caring whether your son was alive or dead. At that time, I was heartbroken for you. I wanted to get a divorce, but my family advised me to endure it. They said, for the sake of the children, I could endure it as long as I could. I endured it, but Lin Changyuan, I can't bear it anymore. What are you doing? Those things are really beyond my imagination. With such a despicable father, she was very worried about what her son would look like in the end. She was willing to bail Lin Changyuan on the condition that the other party would divorce her and the child would belong to her. In Lin Changyuan's view, this is definitely taking advantage of someone's situation. He thought that women really disliked the poor and loved the rich. He was just down and out, and this man couldn't wait to leave him. Lin Changyuan regretted that after his rebirth, he forgot about his wife who gave him children in his previous life and never left him behind no matter what happened. Why did he marry such a snake-scorpion wife? But now, the choice is not in his hands. Either accept the divorce and be released on bail, or stay in jail. Lin Changyuan suffered so much that he finally agreed to divorce. It's not like he couldn't bear to part with his son. Well, another woman could have given birth to the child. It's just that this feeling of being abandoned made him very unhappy. When Lin Changyuan was released on bail, the first thing he said to his wife and children was, "You will regret it." His wife looked at him with disappointment, hugged the child and left accompanied by her parents. Lin Changyuan only found out when he returned home that it was no longer his home. Only then did he remember that his ex-wife had indeed sold the house in order to raise money for him to come out. More than 6,000 is not a small amount. His watches and bicycles were all urgently sold, plus their savings and the money from selling the house, and it was barely enough. Lin Changyuan stood in an open space, which was empty like everything he owned now. It seemed like, in the middle of the night, he had nothing left. Job, house, savings, expensive watches, clothes, bicycles, and the envy of others. Lin Changyuan couldn't figure it out. Isn't it just? Stole some money? Isn't it just? 3,000 yuan? Why do everyone act like he killed someone and set them on fire? Even now, he still has a sense of confidence lingering in his heart. Because he is the reborn one. He has walked through the current time, many times. If he walked again he didn't believe he would lose. Lin Changyuan smiled confidently. He sat in the open space and began to think seriously about how he could use the advantages of his rebirth to do something. Minute. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Lin Changyuan. He was shocked to find that he actually can't do anything. The best time to do business has been missed. He had no capital to speculate on houses, and it was too early to determine which house would rise the fastest. Not to mention buying lottery tickets. It was so many years ago, how could he remember to ask for the lottery numbers? As for being reborn and using your skills to make a fortune, Lin Changyuan has no skills. In his previous life, his eldest brother wanted him to learn a skill, but at that time he felt it was too hard and was unwilling to do it, so the matter ended like this. Lin Changyuan thought about it for a long time and found that he had no ability to make money at all and could only feed his parents. But he has no money, and his parents have no money. The two of them stopped working in the fields early, and while spending their eldest son's money, they imagined that they would have enough to eat and drink when their younger son became successful. Suddenly, the eldest son can no longer be seen. The younger son became a pauper. The two of them were also dumbfounded. They asked Lin Changyuan expectantly. In the long run, the fortune teller says you will have a big future. You should think of a way to make some money now. Lin Changyuan. Who was the fortune teller? He stole his parents' money and paid for it? At that time, the two of them thought Ji Chang's was stealing money, and beat their eldest son violently. He did this just to quickly confirm his status in the family, and there was no real way to make money. Mom, Dad, don't worry. I graduated from a prestigious university. Even if I can't become a teacher, I can still find a decent job very quickly. He used this excuse to take away the remaining money from his parents and then went to a big city. His status as a graduate of a prestigious university is indeed very useful. But now is an era when the economy is developing rapidly across the country and countless upstart coal bosses are in power. Although they themselves have most likely never graduated from middle school, and they also yearn to be college students, if they can seize the opportunity of the times and become bosses, they will naturally not be real fools. If you don't have real skills, they won't be able to use it even in world-renowned universities. Unfortunately, Lin Changyuan is a person with no real ability. Lin Changyuan, who knew nothing, experienced several times of I heard that XX was warmly welcomed into the door after graduating from university, and was disappointed and rejected after trying a few questions. Lin Changyuan became irritable. Are these people blind? He graduated from a prestigious university. Do you know how valuable college students are in this era? Moreover, he is also a reborn person. Now these people think they are very awesome. In his eyes, the new big brother is just like a brick. He has seen the computers and mobile phones of the future. A bunch of country bumpkins actually despised him. But no matter how hard Lin Changyuan tried to scold him, if they didn't accept him, they wouldn't accept him. He suddenly remembered the newspapers he had read when he was this age in his previous life. It seems that at the end of this month, the local police discovered a spy nest. At that time, the police were lurking and destroyed it, but 2 or 3 spies still escaped. Because this incident happened in Changliu County, the whole county was very interested. In his previous life, his eldest brother had already worked in a national department, and he never told his family what he did specifically. His parents wore gold and silver every day and went around showing off that they had a good and filial son. I heard that something like this happened in my hometown, so after asking about it for a long time, I told him about it as a joke. He was not interested at the time. He only remembered that another month later, his parents came back and told him that the escaped spies had been found. It turns out that they have another den, a bun shop in the county, and those spies have been hiding in it. It wasn't until a famous policeman discovered something was wrong when he went to buy steamed buns that he arrested them. The more Lin Chang recalled, the more details he could remember at that time. Yes, that is. This time. He remembered clearly that at that time he also wanted to find a job, but those blind bosses looked down on him, and his eldest brother only called him to urge him to improve. The day he read the newspaper was his birthday. His eldest brother also specially sent a watch back from the capital for him. Lin Changyuan will naturally never forget his birthday. Remembering what happened before his rebirth made him very excited. Then he remembered that although he didn't know anything, he had read the newspaper news later. Regarding things that happened in the country, things that happened in foreign countries, as long as they were major events, I could vaguely recall them. This is the advantage of being a reborn person. What's the point of just worrying about the teacher's salary of more than 100 yuan? Is there anything more important in the world than the disputes between countries? Mastering these, he is a prophet. Information is the most valuable. Lin Changyuan figured this out, just like any other. The governor's second meridians were opened at the bottom, and he pinched his hands and felt annoyed that he didn't think of using this to gain benefits earlier. He has been reborn for so many years and missed so many opportunities to make a fortune. He was excited by imagining himself getting money and high status by relying on future information. Do you think he is going to go to the country and ask for cooperation? No. He turned around and went to the bun shop. He looked around and saw that no one was there. He said to the bun owner, "I know you are spies from a certain country. I have a piece of news about Hua's affairs arrangement here. I want to publish it. It depends on how much you spend to buy it." Lin Changyuan has never thought of seeking official cooperation from China. But he clearly remembered that later news reports showed that these foreign spies did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy information in order to better obtain information. This money is enough for him to live well in any country. What's more, Lin Changyuan has not forgotten that it will take a long time for China to develop. Even when he died in his previous life, China was not as prosperous as a certain country, and its international status could only be said to be average. In this case, why not choose a better way? The honest smile on the bun shop owner's face slowly fell, and he looked warily at the Chinese in front of him. "You are from China. Why should I trust you to help us?" Lin Changyuan smiled, "Whoever gives me more money, I am from that country. In this life, the worst he can do is live in a certain country. As for Ji Chang's, even if he took the same route in his previous life, what would happen if he worked in a national department? In this life, he directly became a member of a certain country. He is still a member of Gaoji Nagasawa. Those spies would naturally not believe him just by listening to his casual words. They carefully passed the news back, but also specially marked it as a message from a Chinese who could not be trusted yet. As expected, the higher UPS did not dare to act rashly. Anyway, this information can be verified in 3 days. All they have to do is wait silently for 3 days. Lin Changyuan felt confident. Even if he was locked in the room for these 3 days, he still looked confident. On the 3rd day, those spies from a certain country opened the door and came to him, the vigilance on their faces turned into smiles. Lin Changyuan felt relieved, knowing that he had gained the other party's trust. Sure enough, several spies from a certain country first apologized to him for locking him up for so long, and then expressed their willingness to accept him. If he joins, they will give him a lot of the funds he asks for. They have already investigated Lin Changyuan's information. His poor character is actually a good thing for the spies of a certain country. After all, who would be treasonous if they were not immoral? Lin Changyuan indeed has no sense of morality. It can even be said that he is pathologically eager to live by stepping on Ji Chang's. Imagine yourself becoming a resident of a country with a strong country, and even if Ji Chang's becomes a member of the national department, he can still only live in a country that is at least 20 years behind. He couldn't help but smile proudly. After introducing the person to him in a very proficient Chinese language, the spy of a certain country said, "I'm afraid you have to wait for a while if you want to return to a certain country with us. We still have an important task that has not been completed. If we can complete this task, all of us will be able to make meritorious deeds. When the time comes, we may even be rewarded with military ranks." Lin Changyuan listened, his eyes brightened. "What task can I do?" "Of course. This is also a way to prove your loyalty. I originally planned to let you do it, and you are the most suitable for this task." The spies of a certain country are very satisfied with Lin Changyuan's success. They explain this mission: "We need to kidnap a Chinese scientific researcher. He is very important to our country. The last spy team made a wrong judgment and caused very serious consequences. This time, we have been given repeated orders from above, and we are determined to bring this Chinese scientific researcher back home. At any cost." Lin Changyuan sounded a little confused. What does this mean, at all costs? The spy chief looked solemn. "Even if it costs our lives, we will send the other party back to the country well." Lin Changyuan, etc. He quickly asked, "Sacrifice our lives? Do I have to sacrifice my life too? I just gave such an important message to a country. Shouldn't I be protected? How does it feel? It's like he's going to be cannon fodder." The spy chief looked at him in confusion. "You didn't give any important information. Even if we knew the previous information, we couldn't do anything. The money is just a reward for your surrender. If it were before, like you were so willing. The Chinese people who work for us will naturally be used elsewhere, but this task is very urgent and we are required to complete it as quickly as possible, so all the people nearby who can be mobilized will be involved. Of course you are among them." Lin Changyuan. This is different from what he imagined. He is a reborn person, and the news he got from the newspapers later was important information. Shouldn't these people take good care of him as a guest? You actually want him to do a task? Why? Seeing Lin Changyuan's reluctant look, the spy chief turned coldly and put the person on the table. "Do you think that money is easy to get? Since you have taken money from our country, you have to do things for our country. If you don't obey, even if I kill you now, no one will say anything." Lin Changyuan. He stared at the gun and suddenly turned pale. I listen. Of course I am willing to serve a certain country. Don't be impulsive." Seeing that he was frightened, the spy chief smiled again, hit a stick and gave a sweet date. "Lin, of course you are also a very important person, but the scientific researcher we are about to kidnap is more important. If we can get him, it won't be a problem if our country wants to reach another level. Although we haven't penetrated the enemy yet, we can guess just by looking at his research and development. He is also a national treasure of China, such a character, so it's not that you are unimportant, it's just that he is more important. Compared with him, our value is just a stone compared to the jade from your country. So, you will have to sacrifice your life to complete this mission. Do you understand? Lin Changyuan's face was still pale. After hearing this, he quickly swallowed and nodded. I understand. How many of us are there? The spymaster counted 4, including you. Lin Chang, Yuan. 4 people are going to kidnap the national treasure of China. Isn't this what the hell? Are you going to die? The spy chief frowned, with an unhappy face, but still explained, the situation is urgent. We estimate that if we don't take action, the Chinese will move the opponent to the capital. Once there, it will be more difficult to take action. Don't worry. Although we are small in number, we have many weapons. As long as we seize the opportunity to sneak in, there will be no problem. Lin Chang, Yuan. No, he thinks these people not only have problems. There is still something wrong with my brain. Just think about it with your feet. How can a scientific researcher who can be called a national treasure of China and be kidnapped by someone from a certain country have no one around to protect him? Even Ji Chang's was surrounded by a platoon of men with guns. If 4 people go to snatch China's national treasure, isn't that? Are they looking for death? Is it okay if I don't go? I don't know anything at all. The spy chief didn't listen to him at all, and directly spread out a handmade map. Okay, let's discuss the battle plan. First of all, let me explain what you need to pay attention to in this battle. It must be done, it must be done, it must not hurt the scientist at all, especially his brain, and yes, even if it is a kidnapping, we must be polite to him and try our best to make him have a good impression of our country. If he scolds us or hits us, just pretend he doesn't feel anything. We need to make him feel our respect and make him realize how much our country values talents. Lin Changyuan twitched the corner of his mouth from the side. This involves kidnapping people and treating them as ancestors. Are these people from a certain country mentally ill? The spy chief was still there to encourage morale. Listen, this mission is more important than any before. Even if it costs our lives, we must bring the person back safely and try to make him feel good about us. Do you understand? The remaining 2 spies shouted loudly under Lin Changyuan's speechless gaze. Clear. The spy chief turned to look at Lin Changyuan, who remained silent. Do you understand? Lin Changyuan gritted his teeth. Forget it, although it sounds very hard and dangerous, kidnapping is the same as becoming a servant, but in order to trample Ji Chang's under your feet, just be a servant. However, he still said, I probably understand, that is, our number is too small, isn't it? We only need a dozen or so. Don't worry, we did hesitate before due to the small number of people, but now that we have you, the situation is different. Lin Chang looked at the spy chief from a distance, as if looking at a big pie, and a bad feeling began to rise in his heart. Really? Spy leader, because our kidnapping target this time is your brother Ji Chang's. Lin Chang, Yuan. The spy chief is still talking. You are his younger brother. I heard that he also loves you very much. If you bring us closer to him, you will definitely be better than us. I want to find a way to be simple and convenient. Don't worry, he is of great value and we won't hurt him. Look, we also made handcuffs that won't hurt your hands just to take your brother away, as well as this blindfold, which is also made of the best silk and satin. Ensuring that covering his eyes will not make him feel uncomfortable. And I heard that he likes to play games very much, so we even bought a game console for him to play, so that he won't feel bored on the road. We have thought about it, as long as we can't play games on the road. If we retaliate and scold him, we will serve him as if we were serving our ancestors. If he sees that he cannot escape in a certain country, we will give him high-ranking officials, generous salaries, beautiful women to take care of him, and give him whatever he wants. He will definitely give in. Lin Chang, UN. Only a few words were left in his mind. Don't fight back when hit, don't fight back when cursed. Serve the ancestors how to serve him. High-ranking officials, well-paid women, and beauties will be given whatever they need to take care of them. He took the initiative to surrender and was treated as cannon fodder. His eldest brother did nothing and was treated like a guest. And the most irritating thing is that he, a cannon fodder, is willing to sacrifice his life just to invite his eldest brother back as a guest. Lin Changyuan said again. The spy chief was talking, so, you take us to see your elder brother, so that we can be sure. Why are you vomiting blood? Eh? Don't faint. Lin Changyuan struggled to cover his mouth that was constantly leaking blood, and there was fear in his eyes. What's wrong with me? Am I? Not, am I? Am I going to die? No. No. You will be fine. Hurry. Go and open the medicine box and the gold cabinet. Don't worry, even if we go bankrupt and use all our working capital, we will be cured. Good on you. Seeing that these spies were so nervous about their own life and death, Lin Changyuan felt a little better. Sure enough, he is still a relatively important figure. Even if Ji Chang's is great, he is not bad. Isn't he still relying on his own efforts to find a path? Just when he felt better after thinking this, he heard the spy chief heaving a sigh of relief. I don't vomit blood anymore. Okay, it's fine. You must not have anything happen to you. What if you do? What are you doing, Short? Who will take us to see your elder brother? Lin Chang, UN. Lin Chang, UN. Spy chief. Why are you starting to vomit blood again? Hurry up. Quick, find a doctor. Grass. Seeing Lin Changyuan vomiting blood from his mouth, looking like he was going to die soon, he would belch within seconds, the spy chief's entire mentality collapsed. As soon as there is hope, it's good if it doesn't hold you back. Why do I expect you to help me? He was very sad and angry, pointing at Lin Changyuan, his fingers were shaking, and it took him a long time to say. Tell me, you are not in good health. What kind of spy are you doing? The author has something to say. There will be an update at 6 p.m. I slept for 12 hours in one breath and recovered a little blood, ha ha ha. Let me return the nutrient solution and add more. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 474. Ji Chang's received news from Lin Yuanhua again. It was the news that he vomited blood and fainted on the roadside for unknown reasons, and was taken to the hospital by a few well-wishers. Those people not only sent him to the hospital, but also paid for his medical expenses. After Lin Yuan woke up, he was grateful to them and decided to do business with them. He even said that he wanted to marry her. After hearing Ji Chang's ask about this, Zhao Jiwa curled his lips in his heart and said, Really? That's really good, but it's so strange. Brother Zi, you gave him so much money every month and helped him so much, but you didn't even see him thank you. Now, you're helping him pay for it? For the medical expenses, he was so grateful that he wanted to get married. Hey, is it true that people are more friendly to outsiders? It's different for me. I don't particularly understand this idea. Look at me. Since we got married, am I not interested in Brother Z? You are better. But brother Chang Yuan is different. It's really strange. As expected, the worry about his brother that originally appeared on Ji Chang's face faded away with his words, and his expression gradually lost. Yeah, you don't care about me at all in the long run? This brother? Forget it, I'd better not go to the hospital to see him. I plan to keep eating while I go play games. Seeing Ji Chang stood up and was about to walk outside, Zhao Jihua quickly picked up the coat next to him and handed it over. Brother Zi, wait a minute, coat. He helped Ji Chang's put on his coat and scarf very naturally, and then he said with peace of mind, okay, go ahead. Remember to take off your coat when you enter the house, otherwise it will get hot easily. Ji Chang's was unwilling to leave his game room, and He Lao and the others did not force him. They only sent a dense number of military comrades to protect him. In the game arcade, players can naturally play as they please, but in the studio, there are no more people waiting to come in or out. Ji Chang's himself was accompanied by at least 5 military comrades. Under such heavy protection, it's no wonder that the spies couldn't think of a way out and had to rely on Lin Changyuan. When Ji Chang's went out, the assistant who was eating at the table next to him gave Zhao Jihua a thumbs up. You are still stronger. Nothing can be done. I have extensive experience in fighting the enemy. I have practiced it. Zhao Jihua, who has a family of top relatives at home, is very humble. The assistant came over with his own meal and sat next to him. It will be up to you in the next few days. Comrade Nagasawa must not be allowed to visit Lin Yuan. We have received news that since the technologies given by Comrade Nagasawa have been used in various. After the application was launched, some information was still stolen by a certain country, even if it is currently confidential. They just thought Comrade Nagasawa was an ordinary genius before and issued an assassination order. Now that they know his true value, it is difficult for us to predict what he will do. We plan to persuade him as quickly as possible. It would be safer for him to leave Changliu and go to the capital. So, these days are particularly critical. Never let him go out, lest those spies find an opportunity to take action. Although Zhao Jiji is young, he understands everything he should know and immediately nodded seriously. Don't worry, I will stop Brother Zi. Zhou Xiaoko and Ji Shui have been sent out to travel. Now the only people who can attract Ji Chang's, who has become more and more housebound since he started researching game consoles, to go out are his parents and younger brother. Zhao Jihua has absolute experience in dealing with them. He patted his chest and promised, as the old poem goes, you only see new people smiling, who hears old people crying. With me here, Brother Zi will definitely forget his younger brother. The assistant nodded excitedly, that's right. We just have to maintain this spirit. They are full of confidence. As long as they have the green dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right guarding them, they can definitely be safe. Hospital. Lin Changyuan sat back on the hospital bed, with 3 spies sitting in a row next to him. After an awkward silence, the spy chief spoke, didn't you say that your elder brother would definitely come to see you? Where are the people? Lin Changyuan. He saw the spy chief's impatience with him, so he could only explain weakly, every time I got sick before, he would come. Boom. The spy chief slapped his hand on the table, you also know that it was in the past. Can you be more reliable? Do you know that time is life? How much of our lives have you delayed? The nurse who was doing rounds outside frowned and walked to the door, please be quiet, the other patients are resting. Spy chief, I'm sorry, we'll pay attention. The nurse left. Then he pointed at Lin Changyuan and cursed in a low voice. I'm telling you, if this operation doesn't succeed, all of us will die. You'd better find a way to remedy it quickly, otherwise I'll take you with me even if I'm on the road to hell. Lin Changyuan grimaced. I really don't know what's going on, can you let me go? I won't join you anymore. Can I return the money to you? Don't you want to join? It's a good idea to get on our boat. If you want to get off, go to the next life. A spy came close to the spy leader's ear. Boss, I got news that it's Lin Changyuan. The spy chief nodded while listening, and looked at Lin Changyuan with an increasingly unfriendly gaze. Lin Changyuan. He had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, when the spy shut up, the spy leader's face had completely darkened. He glared at Lin Yuan fiercely and asked. You and your eldest brother are already at odds. Lin Changyuan. The other party's eyes were full of, if you are really useless to us in kidnapping Ji Chang's, we will definitely cut you into pieces immediately. He swallowed hard. I and my eldest brother have some unpleasantness, but my eldest brother has a good temper. As long as I apologize, he will definitely forgive me. It better be. The spy leader's voice rose, and he remembered that he was in a hospital here. He could only lower his voice and said again, it's best this way. If we find out that you lied to me, you will definitely be dead. Lin Changyuan nodded frantically. No, 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 my eldest brother cares about his family the most. As long as I come to your door, everything will be safe. Seeing how confident he was, the spy chief looked him up and down suspiciously. We will go with you and seize the opportunity to kidnap him. As long as we can get close to him, if we catch him, we can make those Chinese people turn against them. Lin Changyuan still didn't want to go. It wasn't that he felt that betraying his elder brother was not good. The main thing was that if he went, it would be okay if he succeeded, but if he didn't, wouldn't he go to jail with this group of people? It's just a few of us, isn't it safe? And there are many soldiers guarding my brother's side, so it's difficult to bring weapons in. The spy chief smiled disdainfully. Do you think our country is as backward as your country? Our way of carrying weapons is not as primitive as your country's. He also wanted to let Lin Changyuan work peacefully and winked at his subordinates. Immediately, one of the spies went to lock the door, close the windows and draw the curtains. After confirming that no one was in the room, he unbuttoned his coat and took off his clothes one by one until he was shirtless and not a single weapon was seen. Under Lin Changyuan's shocked gaze, the spy actually took out his stomach. The fake belly was taken off. After arriving, there were all tightly packed hands/guns/eggs, and even hands/grenades/poison needles. As for his real belly, it has always been in a state of denting caused by deep inhalation. The sunken real belly made room for the fake belly, and the fake belly was made so lifelike that even if he took off his clothes just now, Lin Changyuan couldn't see any flaws in it. He was shocked. At the same time, as the spy chief expected, he gained the confidence to kidnap Ji Chang's under the noses of so many Chinese people. As long as you can bring these weapons in, you will be absolutely foolproof. Ji Chang's, who had been working in the studio all day, learned that his brother wanted to see him. Moreover, he also brought several people with him. As for the background of those people, Ji Chang's knew it with just a casual guess. Just in time. He looked at the large piece of equipment in his hand, stepped on the stool and placed it above the empty room where he was currently wearing it. Let them come in. Oh, by the way, check them out and ask them not to bring any iron products when they come in, even those containing iron. Zhao Jiji was not there, so the soldier responsible for protecting Ji Chang's nodded and turned around to go out. Outside, the spy chief raised the corners of his mouth slightly after hearing this request. Sure enough, the Chinese people will definitely check everyone who comes close to Ji Chang's in detail. But are they more skilled? A cut above the rest. The group of people threw away the iron objects on their bodies very calmly. After they completed this action, another soldier stepped forward. Sorry, I have to search you for any dangerous items. Please cooperate. The spymaster nodded and opened his arms for inspection. They hid it so secretly that of course nothing was found. The soldier nodded to the other soldiers, and they were let through. After entering, there was a rush of heat, and a serious-looking soldier came over. "Everyone, Comrade G invites you to his new laboratory." I was taken to the new laboratory, opened the door, and saw pure white. The walls, ceiling, and even the floor are all white. Ji Chang's was standing in front of an instrument, holding a pen and paper to record something. Seeing the 4 people being brought in by the soldiers, he nodded to the soldiers, "Comrade, I'm going to start another experiment. Please wait outside for 5 minutes before coming in." The comrades in the military have been protecting him for the past few days, and they are accustomed to this. They just nodded and went out, closing the door behind them. Door. The spies couldn't believe there was such a good thing in the world. They were worried that the soldiers would not be able to take action, but Ji Chang's, the target of the mission, actually let him out by himself. "In the long run, you and these friends will wait a moment, and I will entertain you after I finish this experiment." Lin Yuan looked at his brother, who was completely unaware of the upcoming situation, with a sneer on his lips. He led several spies and slowly approached Ji Chang's back. In order to dispel his vigilance, he asked as he walked, "Brother, what kind of experiment are you doing?" Ji Chang's adjusted the data without looking back. "Magnetic experiment." "Magnetic experiment? Never heard of it. This is a new game." The game is considered successful when the player leaves the room with the weapon within a specific time. During the process of completing the game, there will be a huge magnetic force that will attract the weapon in the player's hand to the wall. If the player's gun is placed in the wrong position, it may also bring the player up the wall. "It's fun, ha 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 ha." Lin Changyuan's hand, which was taking out the gun from his fake belly, suddenly froze. What the hell? The author has something to say. This month's nutrient solution will be updated to 50,000 yuan. There will be another update at 6:30. Beihai free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 475. Haha, in the long run you will find it incredible, right? And let me tell you, magnetism is just the first step, there are many more to come. This is definitely the most successful invention in the history of gaming, and this game is sure to attract a lot of people to play it. Ji Chang's continued while operating and said, "The game will also automatically lock the player who is carrying the weapon at the time, and trigger an electric shock on the ground, causing the player to be temporarily unable to move. However, I haven't adjusted the frequency of this electric shock yet, so I can't capture a few people for experiments. So during the experiment, I will let those military comrades with guns go out first to avoid accidentally injuring them, and so will you. If I didn't let you take down the iron products just now, you might be accidentally injured, but since you have taken them down, then never mind." Spies. They lowered their heads to look at their stomachs where the guns were hidden, and finally realized what was about to happen. Plug your ears. It might be a bit noisy when it opens later. After saying that, Ji Chang's put on his earplugs and quickly pulled the switch. "Okay." Lin Changyuan's pupils suddenly narrowed. "Wait." The surroundings began to make violent sounds of starting the game, and before the spies and pedestrians could object, their fake bellies came out of their clothes, carrying a bunch of guns, and were sucked into the surrounding walls. There was even a spy's fake belly that was so sticky that his whole body was sucked to the wall, because his belly was in front of him and his back was against the wall. He struggled to get the fake belly away. No action at all. The gun in Lin Changyuan's hand was naturally sucked out. And because he didn't have the sense of self-protection like other spies, he failed to change direction when the gun was sucked away, and was hit in the head with the tip of the gun solidly. There was a harsh sound all around, and he covered his head. He was shocked to find that the pure white wall around him slowly opened automatically, and out came several machines that looked like turrets. They were not affected by the sound at all, and looked around to their own devices, and then they locked onto the pedestrian Lin Changyuan who just had a gun on him. They didn't even need to think about Lin Changyuan and they guessed that this was the electric shock that Ji Chang's just mentioned. Brother! Brother, don't! Make it stop! Obviously, Ji Chang's, who was wearing earplugs, couldn't hear what his brother was saying. He just hummed a song in a good mood, and slapped his hand hard on a red button. All the turrets immediately moved forward quickly, firing electric currents at the targets they caught and those who had no time to escape. 4 voices sounded pitifully. Dash. When those turrets finally completed their tasks and slowly rolled their wheels away from their bodies, there was a burning smell in the air. The hair of the 4 people exploded. This was not an animation effect, but an inevitable reaction when electric current passed through the body. They fell to the ground almost uncontrollably, their bodies still twitching from time to time. Ji Chang's, who had his back turned to several people and was wearing earplugs, naturally couldn't find them. The middle-aged man, while recording data quickly, shouted with a little excitement. Today's experiment was great. Those electric shock tools were actually used. I have to remember. Long term. Just wait a moment, there will be a clearing procedure. According to the procedure, players only need to avoid the stones rolling out from the wall, and they can take advantage of the magnetism to temporarily eliminate the weapons they carry. Left. Ji Chang's became more and more excited as he talked, and his tone became excited. This is the fun part of this game. Because they have just received a slight electric shock, the players' bodies will be a little weak. When the stone rushes over, they will have a sense of excitement that they cannot avoid. Of course, since it is only a slight electric shock, they can still do it. Hide away. Hey, did I just adjust it to heavy electric shock? It doesn't matter. It's just an experiment now, not a real player. In the long run, wait a moment, and I'll test the frequency of rolling stones. Lin Changyuan, who was lying on the ground with his head full of explosive hair and his whole body still shaking uncontrollably. He couldn't move at all now, and it was impossible to imagine what Ji Chang's would look like if the stone rolled towards them. Big brother, big brother. He screamed for help as loud as he could, but he had just received an electric shock, and the loudest sound he thought he made was as weak as a mosquito flying. Especially at this moment, because of the activation of the magnet, the surroundings are surrounded by that kind of roaring sound. It is very normal for Lin Yuan's voice to be submerged in it. As a result, 3 weapons flew to the wall. There was also a spy who was stuck to the wall with weapons, and could only watch with great fear as Ji Chang's pressed a yellow button again. Button. Click. Click. The white wall slowly parted, just like an electric shock turret had just been separated, revealing a dark tunnel. Boom. In Lin Changyuan's and his ears, it was like a life-threatening sound effect. 2 big rocks slowly revealed their true colors from both sides of the wall. Lin Changyuan and the others lay on the ground, looking at the stone that was half a person tall. Is this a game or an execution ground? Let's take a look. The rock rolling frequency is quite good this time. Well, next time, set the speed to hit the player by surprise. Long term, Ji Chang's, who was recording the data, thought of something and shouted loudly while recording. Take your friends and stand beside me. The rocks in my area will not roll over. 3 people writhing on the ground. They really want to go too. The key has just been electrocuted. I don't even have the strength to stand up. The 3 people called for help, but their voices were muffled. To escape, you can only twist. The 3 pairs of eyes could only watch helplessly as the 2 big rocks rolled towards them with a rumbling sound. Ah! Screams resounded throughout the room, but they failed to make Ji Chang's, who was recording data, raise his eyelids. After all, he had earplugs on. Hearing. Not hearing. Hearing. Not hearing. Not seeing. The three of them almost exhausted all their strength before they could barely crawl and dodge the attacks of the two stone men again and again. The two big rocks not only rolled fast, but were also very good at turning. If a normal person wanted to avoid it, they could of course avoid it, but if it were three people who had just been shocked, they would have passed by brushing against each other almost every time. The spy on the wall was secretly glad that he was still safe on the wall. Within seconds, a big stone rubbed my body. The squeeze between his body and the wall made him almost die without rolling his eyes. And the instigator, Ji Chang's, is still humming. Yes, this scrolling track is good. I'll save the data. Today's experiment was too successful. Wait a minute. I want to take advantage of today's success and try again on that nail board. They had just dragged their bodies and crawled desperately to avoid the big rocks. When they saw the rocks gradually returning to the tunnel, the few people breathed a sigh of relief. Nail what? Click. Click. The next second, they were shocked to discover the ground he was lying on was slowly cracking. No, to be precise, it's not that the ground is cracking, but that the layers of boards covering the ground are automatically splitting apart, starting in the middle and dividing into two, with both sides moving towards the two side walls at a slow speed. Recycle. And when these boards were moved away, the bottom was exposed blocks of wooden boards with steel nails inserted into them. Unfortunately, Lin Changyuan was lying in the middle. When the floor moved to the left and right sides, he also lay on it and followed it. The path was moved, and the exposed part, the big steel needle, passed right under his nose. Ji Chang's is still there, burying his head in the air while recording data, ha ha ha. It's interesting, none of the players would have thought that there is actually a nail board under the floor. The gameplay is very simple, just avoid the nail board, but because the floor is retracting, there is only a small space left for the player to stand, so be careful when standing, otherwise the nail board will be retracted. It's very simple, just find the mechanism on the wall. Ah, by the way. If the mechanism is not found for more than 3 minutes, arrows will be shot from the wall, but don't worry, there is only a 50% chance of hitting the player, right? No. Dash. Ring after ring, it will definitely be the most popular game this year, ha 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 ha. 4 people. They looked at Ji Chang's, who was obviously immersed in the fantasy of becoming a game master, and were stunned. This thing is a game? Can this be called a game? None of their spy training was so dangerous. Seeing that the floor had been retracted into the wall 9/10 of the time, there was not even a place for them to kneel. Lin Changyuan and the 3 of them on the ground could only try their best to cling to the top of the wall and stand on tiptoe. However, despite all this, the floors are still being recycled. Seeing those nails getting closer and closer to them, the 3 of them were covered in cold sweat, and this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that it was above the wall opposite them, and actually slowly revealed a mouth. An arrow is pointed here, and the arrow is shining brightly in the light. Then, an arrow also popped up from another opening. Then, another one. The 4 arrows slowly adjusted their direction and were aimed at the crotches of the 4 people. A countdown sounded above the ceiling. Please note that players still have dash minutes to find the mechanism. Dash minutes later, the arrow will be shot at the player. Please rest assured, the shooting position is not a fatal position. 4 people. The spy chief was about to cry. He had been in the spy world for so many years, and he thought he had never seen any criminal law, but he never expected that he would overturn in a game today. Lin Changyuan, we surrender, please tell your brother to stop. Lin Changyuan was already crying, I shouted. He couldn't hear. The countdown begins, 10, 9, 8, 7. Dash. Whoosh. Whizzing. The 4 arrows grazed, almost grazed, the heads of the 4 people and hit the wall. They were covered in cold sweat, trembling, and almost passed on the spot. Rumble. The floor began to join in the middle, the magnet was closed, and the gun clattered to the unlucky guy on the wall and fell to the ground. There was the sound of soldiers starting to open the door after realizing that the reality test lights were dimmed. Ji Chang's took off his earplugs and smiled honestly. In the long run, what I said is right. This game is. Isn't it? It's very fun. Ha 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 ha. I don't know why they always say that this game is too dangerous. Isn't this good? It's dangerous. He smiled, turned around, and then saw 4 people lying on the ground like dead dogs. The spy chief's eyes were distracted, he looked like he was unconscious, and he kept mumbling, "I'll do it, I'll do anything." The remaining people are not much better. They are going out, not taking in the air. Long. Ji Chang's looked very shocked. What happened to you? Who made you like this? Lin Changyuan, who could no longer even move, said, I. Speak quickly. What's going on? Brother, I'm sure to help you. What's wrong, what's wrong? I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off the electric shock turret. Jiangong. Are you okay in the long run? Don't close your eyes. If you have anything to do, just tell your brother. The author has something to say. The nutrient solution will reach 60,000 yuan this month. The current nutrient solution is 64,000. It's clear. Well, today is over, a total of 15,700 updates. I'm great, right? Ha 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 ha, Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 476. Mr. He, assistant, Zhao Jiwa and others looked at the 4 people lying on the ground, tied tightly and half dead, and fell silent. The assistant was shocked. You used lynching. He Lao had suffered a lot in his youth and knew exactly what China had suffered during the war. He immediately snorted coldly. They deserve it. They actually tried to assassinate Nagasawa. And they are treasonous. They should be taught a lesson. But he also knew that if those foreign forces knew about the use of lynching, he would have to worry about it, so he coughed dryly. We still can't do this kind of behavior, it seems that we don't do it specification. Without waiting for the assistant to nod in agreement, he heard. Mr. He continued. So just use it quietly and don't let anyone catch you. Assistant. Zhao Jiwa. Comrades in the military who have done nothing. They glanced awkwardly at Ji Chang's, who was sitting on a chair, looking lost because his brother was among the spies, and explained. We didn't use lynching. It was Comrade Ji who happened to be experimenting with a new game. They had guns on them and were automatically judged as players by the game. After one game, that's it. Seeing the dying looks of the spies, Mr. He and his assistant who had not seen Ji Chang's new game were shocked. Are you sure this is a game? It's not a torture chamber or something. The comrades in the military laughed dryly. It's a game. The assistant asked reluctantly, what? Did they accidentally make a mistake in the game steps? No, the game is going on normally. Several people said again. The scene fell silent for a moment. After a long time, Zhao Jiwa whispered. I told Brother Zi before that this game won't work, but Brother Zi didn't believe it. If you tell me this is some kind of escape room, everyone must really like playing it. The assistant nodded, obviously agreeing with what he said. How can there be players who want to play this kind of game? Everyone plays games to have fun. The name of this game is Escape Room. You can tell from the name that everyone won't like to play it. The two of them talked enthusiastically. Ji Chang's, who was making a sad gesture, heard that they said that his game was not good, and he immediately raised his head to argue. It's not a problem with the game, it's a problem with the people. My game is really fun. He Lao knew that he regarded the game as very important. When he saw him, he quickly distinguished and coaxed. Yes, yes, you are really. I have no vision. This game is obviously so fun, but it is the problem of these spies to play like this. It has nothing to do with the game. Assistant. Zhaojiji. This game has cost me half of my life, but it's still fun. Ji Chang's obviously recognized He Lao's words, and there was a smile on his face. Yes, originally the weapons that players in this game have to use are all models, and the current will be input according to the iron content of the model, and they will use the iron content of the real gun is higher than what I set, so the current will be so high. As long as I set the highest current next time, it will only cause a slight numbness. Also, the nail boards will be replaced with wooden ones, and the arrows used as concealed weapons will be replaced with soft ones. The stones will not need to be real. Stone, that's it? Mr. He. Assistant. Zhao Jiwa. This sounds like something worse than a torture instrument. He Lao opened his mouth, closed it again, opened his mouth again, and finally relied on his strong perseverance to squeeze out a sentence. Yes, this game sounds very interesting. Assistant Zhao Jiwa. They were simply stunned to see Mr. He there. He boasted, it's very creative. I have never tried using electric shock, archery, or stones in any game before. Comrade Nagasawa. You have created a new game mode. Ji Chang's frowning brows relaxed after being praised, and his face showed a bit of happiness. Yeah, you always think it's very creative. Even though he doesn't talk much usually, when he talks about games, he really has endless words to talk about. He, the only one who has the vision to appreciate his new games, keeps talking. I spent a lot of effort to make the magnet, and those stones were all rolled down the mountain by Brother Zheng and the others. Don't you know, it takes 500,000 years to find a magnet. How difficult is it to climb such a tall, round stone, and the electric shock turret, it hurts my eyes. He Lao listened to him talking about these torture instruments, and the smile on his face gradually stiffened. Ji Chang's finally concluded with one sentence. I believe that when this game is opened, there will be a lot of people begging to play it. He Lao again smiled, yes, yes, I believe it too. Anyway, if no one would play by then, he might as well pay for it and hire someone to pretend to play. Seeing that Ji Chang's was finally coaxed to happiness, He Lao breathed a sigh of relief and asked tentatively. By the way, Long. Comrade Zi, why don't you go inside first and see if the game has been damaged by them? The excitement on Ji Chang's face faded slightly, and he glanced hesitantly at his brother lying on the ground. But my brother. Don't worry, if he didn't become a spy, of course we wouldn't do anything to him. Mr. He didn't say the rest. If Lin Changyuan really became a spy and a traitor, and led these people to assassinate Ji Chang's, then there would be another way to deal with it. Okay, then. I'll go in first. Ji Chang's was an honest person, so naturally he believed whatever Mr. He said. He didn't even look at Lin Changyuan's distressed look for help, nodded and went out. Seeing that he was gone, He Lao breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Lin Changyuan coldly. Comrade Nagasawa is away, so he doesn't have to hold back. Lin Changyuan couldn't move, but he shivered when Mr. He looked at him. He Lao stared at Lin Changyuan and asked the soldiers responsible for protecting Ji Chang's, how did they get the gun in? A military comrade obviously understood the matter clearly and immediately said. We checked. They made a fake belly and put a gun inside the fake belly. It couldn't be found during a body search. After hearing what the assistant said, Mr. He looked ugly. They do have ideas. If Ji Chang's hadn't happened to be doing a game experiment this time, what he did was still an escape room that was not favored by everyone, and sucked the guns of these people into the wall. Today, we still don't know what it will develop into. What? If Comrade Nagasawa hadn't happened to be playing a game today, maybe we could have really succeeded. The more Mr. He talked, the angrier he became. He only complained that he was useless. He vowed to protect the discipline of Chang's Joquan, but in the end, he almost let others take advantage of the loophole. Even if he doesn't succeed now, Comrade Nagasawa is still frightened. Look at him just now, he is already wilted. Several people dying on the ground. They were the ones who were played to death. They were the ones who almost died on the spot. Who is it? Is it the frightened old man? Can't you see? Obviously, He Lao can't see it. He also felt that his worries were justified. You know, when the spies were having their weapons sucked away, shocked with electric shocks, and chased with stones, Ji Chang's must have been standing in front. How dangerous this is. Mr. He stared at the spies on the ground. Stop, mainly to see Lin Changyuan. Tell me, what's your plan today? Lin Changyuan made a few promises, but because he was lying on his back and tied up, he couldn't say a word. A military comrade immediately grabbed his rope and asked him to sit up, speak. Lin Changyuan coughed a few times because he was sitting and could breathe more easily, and then he quickly made a decision for himself, no. No. I just came to see my brother. These people paid for my medicine. I'm grateful to them. They said they wanted to come and see my brother, so I brought them here. I really didn't know that they still had guns on them. I'm innocent. Yes. It must be said that people have great potential when faced with life and death. Lin Yuan's acting skills are actually quite good, both singing and writing are excellent, his tears are real, and his tone is innocent. Mr. He just watched him act quietly. When he couldn't cry anymore, he suddenly said, there are 4 fake bellies. Among the remaining 3 people, who is so powerful with 2 fake bellies? Lin Changyuan choked immediately. When the assistant saw that he was still trying to fight to death after arriving, he sneered and moved closer to Mr. He. Professor, I think he still refuses to tell the truth. How about we think of other ways? The tacit understanding between Mr. He and him was no joke. As soon as he heard his strange and sinister tone, he knew that he was going to scare people, so he immediately cooperated and said, okay, do you have any good ideas? The assistant kicked a fake belly next to his feet. Didn't they put the gun inside the fake belly to avoid inspection? The idea is really good, but the belly is a bit fake. I don't think it's better than this. Since they want to hide the gun in their belly so much, why not just open his belly and put the gun in as he wishes? Lin Changyuan's face turned pale when he heard this, and he looked at the assistant in disbelief. The assistant smiled softly at him, when the time comes, I will sew up your belly, take it to the game room, and turn on the magnet like this, Shiu. His tone was low and smiling, as if he was telling a funny joke. Guess, will you be sucked up the wall with the gun in your belly, or will the guns burst out of your belly? How about we try it now? Lin Changyuan. He was so frightened that he trembled all over, no, no, no. The assistant stopped laughing and said expressionlessly, it seems you are still unwilling to tell the truth. Bring the knife over and I will shoot him myself. Don't. Seeing that the other party was actually reaching for the knife, Lin Yuan was frightened and quickly begged for mercy, don't put a gun in my stomach. I say. They said they wanted to kidnap my brother and go to a certain country. We came here to kidnap my eldest brother. But we really didn't want to kill him. It was just a kidnapping. Really? Don't believe it? Just ask the man next to me. He is the leader of their spies. He knows. What I said is true. The spy chief who was pointed out kept trembling, I'll recruit. He has been ruined by that game. The same goes for several other spies. They were different from Lin Changyuan. Lin Changyuan was not a professional, and he only felt physically uncomfortable when facing the game that was like an execution ground. But spies are different. Most of them are professionally trained. Although they look Chinese and may have Chinese parents, their nationalities are all from a certain country. When they are selected to become spies when they reach the age, they have withstood the test of criminal law. It was precisely because he knew too well that the spy might be punished if he was caught, that he became more and more frightened after accidentally entering the game and being subjected to various mechanisms of the game. In their eyes, when the game starts, everything becomes a Chinese conspiracy. They must have known what they and others wanted to do early on, and then they pretended not to know in an insidious manner. Then he tricked them into letting down their guard and led them into the criminal law room. Because they knew how painful it would be to be tortured, the spy's mentality collapsed faster than Lin Yuan's. As a spy, if you want to catch someone without revealing the information you know, you must have a firm heart. There is also pure faith. Unfortunately, none of these spies were there. They only become spies because they have Asian blood in their bodies, can sneak into China and act as Chinese people, and they have money. They are willing to die for the mission not because they care about a certain country, but because they clearly know that if they fail to do what they are told, it will be more terrible than death. No faith, no persistence. But as soon as you encounter the criminal law, your mentality will collapse. Especially when faced with life and death and watching the arrows being shot towards them, the spies who were already traumatized both physically and mentally were greatly stimulated. In this stimulation, they have already imagined a series of punishments that they will experience. When they didn't meet, they felt they could survive criminal law. But now, they can't. The spy chief's eyes were in a trance, and he did not delay his words. I will say everything, why should I say it to you? Huh. This is not the first time that comrades in the military have faced spies, but it is the first time that they have seen one speak so easily. They asked tentatively, what is the purpose of your coming here? Kidnapping Ji Chang's the spy chief didn't play any tricks. After experiencing Ji Chang's game, he didn't feel at all that what the assistant just said was threatening. Unexpectedly, the Chinese people were more terrifying than he imagined. He lowered his head tragically and recited the mission content posted above. Hearing that it was just a kidnapping or a kidnapping with a good attitude, Mr. He's face looked a little better. Otherwise, just by thinking about it, Comrade Nagasawa might be assassinated in a few minutes, and he would not be able to breathe. What about Lin Changyuan? Is it like what he said? You threatened him to help you kidnap his eldest brother. When the spy chief heard this question, he glared at Lin Yuan bitterly. If this man hadn't sworn to Ji Chang's, he would have been unprepared for him, and they wouldn't have come in such a hurry to complete the task. As a result, now that he has been arrested, he actually still wants to get rid of them. It's not that easy. He didn't even stutter at all, and just wiped out the fact that Lin Yuan took the initiative to come to ask for cooperation. Lin Changyuan. Did you agree that the spy would never betray his companions after being caught? Your spy code was eaten by dogs. Until his death in his previous life, a certain country was still the world's largest country. At that time, a certain country had already put on that layer of hypocrisy and began to export to the world our country is the best, and our country respects people the most. Although we are a powerful country, but we will never interfere in the affairs of other countries. Lin Changyuan had nothing to do in his previous life. Apart from drinking, he went out to play with people every day. There is a person he knows who yearns for a certain country very much, and he looks for opportunities to brag about the welfare benefits of that country in various ways. Now that he has been reborn and can join a certain country, Lin Changyuan still feels that he is quite powerful. As a result, just one day after joining, the filter of a certain country in his heart was shattered into pieces. This country's spies must be too quick to betray people. No hesitation at all. He opened his mouth to continue to defend himself, but the spy chief was already there to get in front of him. He said, he even signed the certificate of self-certification and took a photo with it. If you don't believe it, we can tell you where to put the self-certificate and photos. Lin Changyuan. This is no longer a betrayal. This is simply sending him out. He turned to look at the spy leader angrily. How could you do this? You have no spy spirit at all. It's not like that in the TV series. The spy chief sneered and replied, not to be outdone, you have the spirit of a spy, so keep your mouth shut. You still have the spirit of espionage. We just get paid to do things. What kind of spirit do you need? Lin Changyuan. Isn't a certain country a big country? How can spies be trained with this virtue? Judging from his demeanor, even a random Chinese person is better than him. When things got to this point, it was useless no matter how much he tried to defend himself. What's more, the elder brother who loves him is not here now, and no one standing here at this moment will believe him because of his 2 words. Mr. He frowned, unable to figure it out. They were both born to the same parents, so why were Comrade Nagasawa and his brother so different? Ah, he quickly thought of the answer. It must be Comrade Nagasawa who doesn't follow his parents. Push the person down. Then? A few spies will interrogate and interrogate. As for Lin Changyuan, Mr. He gave him a disgusted look and said, let's interrogate him first about how he knew about your confidential documents, and then shoot him for treason. He has the final say in Changliu County, and naturally it is Mr. He who has the final say on how to deal with these spies. Lin Yuanda's head was buzzing. He never thought that he was just helping a few spies to kidnap his eldest brother, so how could he be committing treason? Why should he be shot? No. Don't catch me. Don't shoot me. Help. Brother. Help me. Life or death was at stake. He finally remembered that every time he caused trouble in the past, his elder brother helped him deal with it. While struggling, he shouted towards the white door. But until he was gagged and dragged out, the door was not opened. Lin Changyuan was extremely desperate. Why? Why did he obviously start over again, but the result was getting worse and worse. Mr. He watched several spies being dragged away like dead dogs and sneered, a certain country is really determined to destroy China. Outsiders are gone. Zhao Jike shivered and asked his assistant, are those things you just mentioned, all punishments for spies? The assistant burst into laughter. How is it possible? I'm not a professional. How could I know how to deal with spies? What I just said was all made up by myself. Zhao Jiwa. Made it up yourself? Yes, when I was in school, in addition to taking psychology as an elective, I also took history. There are many similar punishments in history books. I just understood them and made them up casually. When the assistant said, he was also a little confused here. I didn't expect that my ability to make up stories would be so good. Could it be that I am really inspired by a different place? I feel like I was taught to be very good at making up stories. Influenced. Zhao Jiwa answered, that's not what you said. None of us can make up stories. Who can educate you? Yes. The assistant himself couldn't figure it out. He checked around the people and found that none of them were very good at making things up, they don't seem to be very good at telling it, and I don't know. How could I know it? I feel like I was nurtured. It's not like Comrade Nagasawa influenced me, ha 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 ha. Hearing what he said, the assistant also laughed. In the eyes of the two of them, Ji Chang's ability to make up stories was funnier than a joke. Mr. He was not in the mood to laugh. When he thought of a certain country hiding in the dark and eyeing Comrade Nagasawa, he wanted to rush over and tear apart all those who had bad ideas. It took a lot of effort for their country, China, to have such a rare talent come to them in 1,000 years. As long as Comrade Chang's and China are given time to grow together, China will definitely become stronger. But I'm afraid, there is no such time. No, I have to make a call quickly and ask the superiors to improve their military strength. After the humiliation and sorrow that China had suffered, sooner or later they would let those people come back. Half an hour later, Ji Chang's listened to He Lao's complacency, put down the book in his hand, and looked up strangely. Can't you return it now? Mr. He smiled bitterly, not yet. Our country, China, is still too far behind. It has only been so long since the founding of the country. The various technologies and new weapons you have provided, Comrade Nagasawa, are very useful, but if our soldiers want to achieve what a certain country did, it still takes time. It's like being a pilot. Did a pilot from a certain country return from China? When he was treated as a battlefield. During training, a veteran combat pilot's flight hours, aircraft, and accumulated resources can reach astronomical figures. But at that time, a certain country used war to make its own country very fat. They could just rely on throwing money and planes to accumulate pilots with rich combat experience. As for China, they are so poor that even though everyone is working hard to develop, in such a harsh environment, they can't even get a few decent airplanes. Although efforts have been made to improve it, it is still not as good as a certain country. It's not that the soldiers don't work hard, it's actually that the conditions can't keep up. This is no longer the ancient times. To fight a war, as long as there are many people and they can rush to death, it will be enough. Nowadays, as technology becomes more and more developed, war also pays attention to technology. Cannons, airplanes, submarines, none of these need to be controlled. Mr. He himself often talks about these things with his friends who are also doing scientific research. Now to Ji Chang's, he said it better than to his friends. On the one hand, it is natural to show my true feelings, but more importantly, I also want to take this opportunity to tell Comrade Nagasawa about the difficulties of the country. Comrade Nagasawa is obsessed with gaming, so the state cannot forcefully interfere. But Mr. He thought that since the other party had this talent, it would be a great thing if he could be lured into serious scientific and technological research. When he saw that Ji Chang's listened carefully, he couldn't help but get excited at the end. As the saying goes, learn from each other's strong points to offset your weaknesses. Since our soldiers cannot conduct repeated training and learning in this aspect, then we can only start with weapons technology. When our equipment is complete and the country becomes strong, we will naturally have more resources to train our soldiers. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ji Chang's expectantly, hoping that the other party would be aroused by what he said and immediately express his intention to give up the game and study military affairs. Otherwise, it's okay not to give up the game. You can play games and do military work at the same time. Under his hopeful gaze, Ji Chang's pondered for a while. Actually, this matter is not unsolvable. He Lao was stunned. He thought Ji Chang's didn't understand the meaning of what he just said, so he quickly explained, no, this matter cannot be solved because it is not a technical problem, but a problem of not having extra resources to train the soldiers. Just like fighter jets, how many do they have in total? If one is missing, it will be a loss. Especially their fighter jets are starting to get old. Even if it's training, it's not as good as other people's. He analyzed patiently. The country has this intention, but it doesn't have the power. The only way we can do now is if China becomes rich and strong, and if we have money, we can spend money to train warriors in this field. Ji Chang's nodded, I understand. But you don't have to spend money. My games can train them. He Lao. You mean those previous games where entering the game is like entering reality? Aren't they only capable of physical combat, evading pursuit, etc.? When he saw a game made with spirit realm technology before, his first thought was that with this game, soldiers could conduct various outdoor training in a small space. This naturally saves a lot of money and avoids various accidents. But these are two different concepts from the fighter jets and submarines he mentioned. It's very difficult technically. Ji Chang's, there are no technical problems at all. I've never seen the things you mentioned before, so I didn't think about doing it, but since you said it, I can make a simulation to simulate the flight of a fighter jet. I can't guarantee anything else, but it's still possible that it will be the same as in reality. Mr. He. This time he was stunned for 30 seconds. Same as in reality. Isn't this something else that can't be guaranteed? This is so guaranteed. After being stunned, he came to his senses and was so surprised that he almost jumped 3 feet high like the young man. Okay. Okay. You do it. You do it. Comrade Nagasawa, you can do it with peace of mind. Just tell us what you need. I guarantee that even if you want the sediment from the bottom of the Zikan River, I will get it for you. Although Ji Changs didn't know why he wanted the sand in the Zikan River, he still asked the opponent for data such as fighter jets. Otherwise, mathematics is a good thing. How big is this world? Most things can be calculated. When Mr. He came out with a dazed expression, his assistant and Zhao Jiwa hurried forward. Professor, how are you? Comrade Nagasawa, are you okay? Call up. Mr. He couldn't suppress the crazily raised corners of his mouth. He could only smile while trying to remain solemn, maintaining a strange expression and saying, I have to make a phone call. The two of them looked at each other in shock as they watched the old man running away excitedly. Zhao Jiwa, what happened to him? The assistant quickly settled down. It's okay, Comrade Nagasawa must have developed something good again. This happened every now and then, and he was used to it. They were discussing how Mr. He, who is so old and still running so fast, usually exercises, when Ji Chang suddenly opened the door and came out. By the way, bring my escape room console over here. 2 people. Has this escape room been abandoned yet? They are very worried that when this game comes out, it will kill people. After finishing the phone call, Mr. He came over and heard them muttering, and immediately started training. If Comrade Nagasawa wants it, just move it here for him. If he likes games, let him play them. I think he's pretty good at it. The assistant's mouth twitched. Professor, everything else is indeed very good, but this escape room. What happened to the escape room? Since Comrade Nagasawa said it was good, then it is absolutely good. Ever since he heard Ji Chang say that it could solve the problem of soldiers being unable to conduct regular training, Mr. He changed from wanting to hold him in the palm of his hand to wanting to hold him in his heart. Everything you say is right. Now let alone Ji Chang's talking about a complete collection of punishments, even if he points to the stars in the sky and says that is the moon, He Lao can still say, yes, the moon is really small. No matter how devilish this game is, if Comrade Nagasawa says yes, he will definitely follow suit. Making Comrade Nagasawa happy is the most important thing now. Imagine that the soldiers no longer have to suffer from being unable to train. They can only study desperately on their own every time. In the end, they may be forced to go to high altitudes to compete with those on the opposite side for countless flight training when their skills are not yet proficient. The number of people getting up is higher than that of others. He Lao is happy. The happy Mr. He said in a sonorous and powerful voice, I think this game is very good. No matter how you look at it, it's very good. He went in humming. The assistant and Zhao Jiwa, who still didn't know what happened, were stunned. Is your professor okay? Is he too old? Does he have some vision problems? Zhao Jiwa said it very tactfully, there is a doctor in our county who has good eyesight. The assistant glared angrily, you have a problem with your eyesight? Our professor is absolutely fine. After finishing speaking, after a few seconds, he added guiltily, maybe it's just presbyopia. Mr. He, who was considered to be presbyopic, had been nervously paying attention to Ji Chang's tinkling. This game lasted longer than any previous game. As winter turns to spring, soldiers in a military camp finish their morning run and come to the canteen for breakfast. Everyone was talking lively and eating. Suddenly, through the glass window, I saw a truck slowly driving to the door. Then some soldiers came forward and worked together to remove the people on the truck one by one. The big box was moved down. Is the box really big? Fortunately, there is a trailer. They transport it separately and quickly push it towards a building. The soldier who noticed this said curiously, "I don't know. What's inside? It looks so big. Could it be a weapon?" The soldier opposite him became excited, "A cannon or something. The big cannon should be smaller than that one." Everyone was discussing in low voices and making guesses. One soldier has not participated in the conversation. Don't get me wrong. He is not an unfamiliar comrade. He is seizing the time to eat and read a book. Seeing him like this, the two soldiers sitting opposite him lowered their voices so as not to disturb him. "Quanlong is working too hard. Yes, in addition to training every day, I also have to read so many books and train myself extra. There is no way. He is a pilot. Operations in the sky are different from those on the ground. If he is not careful, he may crash the plane and kill everyone." Jing Quanlong, who was mentioned in a low voice, felt a heavy heart when he heard this. He was also worried that he might cause an accident to the plane due to operational errors. In fact, he was more worried about the destruction of the plane than his own life. How many fighter jets are there in the entire country? He was an orphan, and the age requirement for soldiers was not very strict when he joined the army. Jing Quanlong seemed to have been raised by the army. Like most young people of this era, he deeply loves his motherland and this land. It is precisely because of this that he is even more worried about whether he will mess things up. That fighter jet was expensive to build, and every training session was precious. Now he only hoped that he could make up for his theoretical knowledge and fill in some shortcomings that were lacking in actual combat before going up. After finishing the meal, I only read one page of the book because I read slowly and carefully. Jing Quanlong was walking and reading with a book, planning to read more during his lunch break, when he heard someone calling him, "Quanlong, the squad leader asked you to come over." Jing Quanlong raised his head in confusion, and then thought, last time, the squad leader said that he was already arranging arrangements for him. The team planned to let him go on the plane for training, but he immediately became nervous. Is this day coming so soon? I haven't finished reading his book yet. Regarding those important regulations on fighter jets, Ming Ming knew them all by heart before, but now that he wants to think of them, his mind goes completely blank. Jing Quanlong was secretly worried, but he could only follow the other party to where the monitor asked him to go. When he reached the door, he took a deep breath. "Report. Come in." The squad leader's voice came from inside, and Jing Quanlong stepped in with a nervous heart. "Squad monitor. Quanlong, come on, come on." The squad leader waved to him, and then he saw that there was actually a huge oval-shaped object in the room, so big that it could fit 3 people. What is this for? Doubts flashed through his heart, and Jing Quanlong began to listen to the squad leader's words attentively. After hearing this, he was stunned. Is this where training is done? What is this and that? This is a fighter training cabin, but it is high-tech. They sent it to us as soon as it was finished. You are the best and I let you come first, otherwise you guys would just grab it. You have to give this a good try. Jing Quanlong looked at this big oval. No matter how high-tech it was, he couldn't imagine flight training being done in this. Could it be that he sat in and then the big oval was hoisted up to simulate the feeling of flying? But since he was not asked to train with a real fighter jet, Jing Quanlong was relieved. He is really worried that his level will lead to some disadvantages in the fighter. Squad leader, how do you operate this? Do you go in directly? The monitor doesn't know either? Ah. He looked at the soldiers who sent the training cabin over. Comrade, how do you operate this? Can you teach us? Okay, comrade, come here and I will show you. The soldier quickly nodded in agreement, and then motioned for Jing Quanlong to open the hatch and sit in. After he entered, he found that there were actually various operating tools on the fighter jet. Even the seats are the same as those on fighter jets. The soldier signaled to him that he had put on what a fighter pilot needs to wear, and then brought him a black glass goggles. Please put it on. Jing Quanlong. Even if the control modes inside are exactly the same as those on a fighter jet, how can he control them with the goggles on? Although I have doubts in my heart. But he still took it and put it on. As soon as he put it on, he immediately froze. The sky suddenly turned into a sky in front of him, with white clouds floating around. Everything looked as real as the scene from his last fighter training. How did you do this? Obviously, just now, he was sitting in a small, dark training cabin. The soldier's voice came to my ears. This was developed by a comrade named Ji Changs. As long as you put on the spiritual goggles in the training cabin, all you will see is a simulated high-altitude environment. After a while, a control panel will appear in front of your eyes, and the orientation of the parts will be exactly the same as in reality. You just need to operate normally and perform various trainings. Comrade Ji Changs calls him a fighter jet simulation game. Calling it a game was the last sign of game madman Ji Chang's stubbornness. Jing Quanlong stupidly stretched out his hand to touch the white clouds in front of his eyes, but naturally he couldn't touch them. It was precisely because of this that he was even more surprised and sighed almost uncontrollably, "Oh my God! Is this just a game?" It turns out that our country has quietly developed to this point without telling other countries. Even he believes that the country is really falling behind. Also, the squad leader just mentioned the situation in various countries before. It is indeed time for their country, China, to grow up. Thinking of this, Jing Quanlong was immediately excited. Our country is indeed strong. You pretend to be weak like this. The author has something to say. In reality, VR is indeed used in the military, and it is very high-tech. The kind we play is eliminated. These are what I found on Baidu. If they are not consistent with reality, then just pretend I didn't say it. MOMO chirp. Good night, Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 477. Jing Quanlong originally thought that it would be awesome enough to see the same scene in this training cabin as in the sky. Unexpectedly, when the game started and he tried to control it, he discovered that he could actually make the fighters in the game perform various trainings through real-life control. He first tried to control the fighter jet to fly to the left. Just like the last real aerial training, the fighter jet went to the left, and the perspective of the sky outside also changed to the perspective of the fighter jet flying to the left. Jing Quanlong was very excited. It was precisely because he had actually practiced flying in the sky that he became more and more aware of how real the feedback from the training cabin was. It was almost as if he was controlling a real fighter jet in the sky right now. After a novice level ended, Jing Quanlong took off his mask and came out of the training cabin, his face flushed with excitement. Outside, they and the squad leader were still waiting. Although this batch of training cabins had just been delivered less than an hour ago, they were simply blown away by what they were told. It was so amazing that the squad leader thought, how could there be such a powerful thing in the world? Sitting in such an elliptical ball, people can train as if they were really in heaven. No country has ever heard of such a magical thing. As soon as this thought came out, he despised himself. How can you increase the ambition of others and destroy your own prestige? Why can't they, China, make such a magical training cabin? Huiguo's painting style has always been pragmatic. If it wasn't true, how could the higher UPS say this? Jing Quanlong and his squad leader just said for a moment, it's unlikely that there is such a magical thing in the world, right, and then said, how is it impossible? People in ancient times didn't know that people can do it flying to heaven. Just when his thoughts were jumping around like this, Jing Quanlong came out. He hurriedly greeted him, how is it? Is it really the same as in heaven? Jing Quanlong nodded, same, same. What about the clouds, the height, and even the trembling feeling is the same. His brain is being trained at the moment, and the fact that he is training on the ground can be like training on the sky. The tail tone of his speech is trembling. Squad leader, this is so awesome. I just heard that comrade in the military say that this training cabin was invented by people from our country. He is too awesome. How else would the country make great efforts to cultivate talents? The squad leader was also excited after hearing his affirmation of the training cabin. Writing now is different from before. The leader has said it. Now if we want other countries not to treat us as soft persimmons, it is not enough for soldiers to fight without fear of death. We must improve. Technology, when both sides are combined, can we not be underestimated? Of course, the reason why the squad leader can be the squad leader is not just because of his good skills. In terms of his own cultural level, he is indeed pretty good. In addition, the army is now promoting literacy activities, which emphasizes reading more books and studying more. He is also a keen learner, and wants to be like the leaders, who never leaves his book even when he is taking a rest. After reading a lot of books, there is always something he doesn't understand. He is not ashamed to ask his subordinates and asks people if he doesn't understand. As a result, he doesn't understand many things like ordinary soldiers. Just like what he said just now, it was said by the leader earlier. At that time, China was not yet completely out of the war. Countless soldiers died on the battlefield in order to resist the invaders. But they were much more numerous than the enemy at that time. People are good enough, but external conditions cannot keep up. Cannons, bombs, guns, they are all better than them. As long as one person on the other side has a good continuous fire gun, he can kill 4 or 5 of them. Later, China learned the lesson that technology could not keep up. No matter how difficult it was, they worked hard to develop technology and finally made nuclear weapons. Since they developed nuclear weapons, China no longer has to worry so much about attacks from other countries, but even so, there are still small frictions and collisions. After falling behind for so many years, no matter how seriously they develop, they are still inferior to other countries. But now, the squad leader sees hope in this training cabin. We used to have too few fighter jets. We wanted you to train, but we couldn't schedule it in time. It's different now. With this training cabin, it will be placed in this building from now on. You guys, even training 24 hours a day is no problem. Jing Quanlong didn't bother to tell him, wouldn't it mean that he doesn't eat, drink or sleep 24 hours a day, because at this moment, he just wished that he was an Iron Man made of steel bars and didn't have to eat, drink or poop. In this case, he can always train in the training cabin. The soldiers who sent the training cabin had already left after Jing Quanlong started the game, and they were not just from the military camp here. Fighter pilots are not the only soldiers who suffer from the inability to train regularly. Of course, before leaving, they still left a thin instruction manual. After the squad leader and Jing Quanlong enjoyed the bright future of being able to train every day, they carefully held the instruction manual and read it, exclaiming from time to time. There are so many training modes: enemy training, escape training, parachuting training, I'm counting, there are more than 20 trainings. This is too awesome. What does this joint training mean? Let me see, 2 or more pilots enter the game at the same time, select the joint training mode, and then enter a common key to conduct joint training. Does it mean they are training? Is that okay if we can also see other pilots? Hey, the training cabin also provides evaluation standards and suggestions. It also says that they are the suggestions given by our fighter pilot who has flown the most time in China. You kid, you don't need to worship Master Cha to get it. Such a good teacher. The two of them talk to each other, and the more they watch, the happier they become. Unknowingly, the sadness that had been lingering in Jing Quanlong's eyebrows had disappeared without a trace. He no longer has to worry about making mistakes during training. From now on, he must practice every day and become proficient in it. Then when he gets on a real plane, he won't be afraid of breaking it. The soldiers responsible for delivering the training cabins took 3 full days to deliver the first batch. And the response was as good as everyone expected. This news was not deliberately concealed, and many soldiers learned that their training equipment had such a magical training cabin. It is said that after entering, you can see the same training scenes as in reality. Pilots can see the sky, and navies can see the sea. You can even simulate enemies. This news has spread everywhere, and the spies hiding in China naturally passed the news back. It's just that these training cabins are currently only for those soldiers who were unable to train regularly due to financial reasons. The spies can't get in, so they can only be described based on other people's verbal descriptions. Their information was passed layer by layer and finally landed in a Western country. The man with blue eyes and fair skin, wearing a military uniform, did not dare to delay after reading this message that had gone through layers of encryption, and immediately sent the message. Spiritual Realm Technology. A scientific researcher from a certain country carefully read the description of China's spiritual realm technology in the information and frowned. Isn't this a new technology that our scientific research institute just proposed some time ago? Are you sure this information was sent back from China? The man who brought the information to him for analysis nodded. It is said that in the Chinese camp, every soldier knows about the magic of spiritual realm technology. They are using this technology to train special arms such as pilots. If this technology is real, the combat effectiveness of China's military will increase rapidly, which will be great for the future of our country. That's not good news. When a scientific researcher from a certain country heard this, he frowned. It is impossible for China to develop real spiritual realm technology. Even we have only put forward a hypothesis. This technology is not just as simple as it looks. It involves many technologies that are currently involved in the world. In areas that are not yet available, even if a certain country of ours follows the best assumptions and concentrates its top scientific researchers on this technology, it will take at least 10 years to achieve results. China? How is that possible? The man hesitated, but there are rumors everywhere in the Hua camp. If there is nothing, how could they spread it like this? Maybe it's just a little effort. It's impossible for China's technological level to surpass ours, and their country's economic strength doesn't support them from completing spiritual realm technology. Maybe this is just their country's incentive. Soldiers means. Naturally, a scientific researcher from a certain country did not say this just by opening his mouth. He fully understands where China's current technological development has come. Up to now, they are still studying the technology that has been eliminated by a certain country. Sometimes if some technologies that they don't like are eliminated and they think it's a waste, they can sell them to China at a high price. How could China possibly develop technology that they couldn't develop? However, it is beyond my expectation that they can come up with this idea. I heard that China also has the theory of illusion. It was still the distant cold weapon era, and there were Chinese people who proposed this idea. It is a pity that, even if they were lions in the past, they are just old and sick lions now. Even though China was founded only a few years ago, due to its glorious history and modern devastation, Countless Westerners who once yearned for this golden country now only say, oh, it's that when they mention it now. It's a poor and backward country. Scientific researchers in a certain country are very convinced that it is impossible for such a country with backward technology to develop the spiritual realm technology mentioned in the data. Just watch. He vowed, sooner or later, the lies these Chinese people tell to look good will be exposed. Spiritual realm technology. Just rely on them. If they can develop it in 50 years, they will be considered very powerful. A certain country came to this conclusion. Within a few months, when they were inspecting for China on a daily basis, they were beaten to a pulp by China. They were chased to the border. The Chinese fighter jets stopped chasing them, and they were barely able to save them. His pilots and fighter jets. But even so, the fighter jets are still wearing out, and their lifespan is expected to be greatly reduced. How can it be? Every government official who knew the news found it incredible. This is not the first time they have sent a plane to China to help. This kind of behavior of invading the territory of other countries without saying hello is particularly smooth for a certain country. Usually when China finds them, it can't do anything about them. However, there have been a few times when China's fighter jets have also taken off to try to expel them, but the pilots they sent are the most experienced. Coupled with the help of aircraft equipment, it is often impossible for the Chinese side to catch up, and they are almost lured out of the border by them. It's a pity that the pilots at that time, although their skills were not very good, were not fooled and returned when they reached the border. This did not give a country any evidence of China's sneak attack on country X. For a long time, pilots from a certain country stationed in country X have regarded visiting China as a game. The strength of the two sides is not equal, so they naturally do not take the other side to heart. As a result, they were informed today that Chinese fighter jets had beaten away a certain country's fighter jets. And the pilot from a certain country still drove back in a panic. How can this be? Can China's military strength be compared with theirs? Can a certain country compare? Chinese pilots may not even have 3 years of flying experience. Can they compare with their experienced pilots? But no matter how unwilling the government of a certain country is to believe it, China has really won. And because it was a country that crossed the border first, even if the fighter jets were worn out and suffered such a big loss, they could only swallow their grievances. They flew to the country of China, but the country of China couldn't catch them. They just watched them run away and suffered a miserable loss. It is not easy for the public to condemn it, otherwise how to write a notice? Is it like saying that a country can come and go freely over China as if it is entering an uninhabited land? But now, China caught a certain country off guard, and they couldn't care less. After all, it was the border they invaded first, and they were just defending normally. What is going on? The highest-ranking boss swept all the documents on the table to the floor. How can you let Huaguo pursue you all the way? Where do you want me to put my face? The subordinates were trembling and answered the reason in a low voice: they don't know where they got the pilots from. Their experience suddenly became very sophisticated, and they cooperated tacitly. The fighter jets didn't seem to be the old attack flight type before this way. Our people were unprepared and were caught off guard. The boss had a cold face and almost laughed out of anger. Unprepared? You are invading another country's territory, and you are actually telling me that you are unprepared. The subordinates were scolded so much that they just muttered in their hearts. Although it is the territory of another country, they have come and gone so many times in the past, and China is so angry that it has not been able to stop them. Who knew? This time it suddenly became fierce. Check. The boss finished venting his anger and then began to settle the matter. Find it out for me. What went wrong? What happened to their fighter jets, and why are the pilots so experienced? Give me everything. Check. Ji Chang's doesn't have to go through so much trouble to check. Naturally, someone happily passed the news to him. The assistant was sitting opposite him. He was getting more and more happy as he talked and couldn't stop. In the past, when a country behaved like this, we didn't have enough strength and could only swallow our anger. We couldn't even open our mouths to condemn. After all, this made our country too weak and couldn't even defend its borders. It's different now. That training cabin is really easy to use. Those pilots practice without sleep and food every day, and they often train online. Plus, the technology I got from your game, those automatic pursuits, infrared scanning, we are all equipping the fighter jets as quickly as possible. I heard that a certain country's fighter jets were beaten and fled. They were in such a state of embarrassment. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Let them, who always rely on their strong national power, go to great lengths to bully us. Comrade Nagasawa, you are helping me this time. Big. Busy. Ji Chang's was eating melon seeds while listening. Now he has a new hobby, which is eating melon seeds while listening to his assistant's gossip. Then a certain country has lost face and won't come to us? How about settling the score? Hearing his question, the assistant chuckled. It would be embarrassing if they came to settle accounts with us. They claim to be the world's most powerful country every day, but in the end they invaded our country and were beaten to the point where they were almost destroyed. Death, I don't believe them, and they don't have the nerve to say it. Especially when they set up the camera that day, their actions were not small. Even if they wanted to beat the enemy, they still had to see if Huaguo was willing. But a small move should be a big deal. By the way, Comrade Nagasawa, you have made great achievements this time, and the higher UPS want you to join the party. Ji Chang's nodded, not surprised at all. In fact, the leaders had intended to award Ji Chang's a medal a few months ago, and had been discussing what kind of military rank would be suitable for him. Naturally, it should be higher, but to what extent it should be further discussed. After all, although Ji Chang's is not very young at the age of 35, he really started making games. No, scientific research only took place within a year. Having achieved such an achievement in just 1 year, one can imagine how many unbelievable things he will do in the future. If your military rank is too high now, you will face a situation where you will have nothing to offer in the future. But at the same time, Ji Chang's contribution is so great that it cannot be justified to give him a lower salary. This technology is not just a question of whether it is powerful or not, it can directly enhance the strength of the Chinese military. In this way, it is a big contribution. No one can say anything about giving Ji Chang's a low military rank. Now that Ji Chang's training cabin is working, this matter can no longer be delayed. Ji Chang soon learned that he had been awarded the rank of Major General. Being directly promoted to an officer shows that the country attaches great importance to Ji Chang's and rewards Ji Chang's for his significant contributions. At the same time, he is in the position of Major General and will not be promoted in the future. Mr. He knew. Then he smiled and said to him, the level of Major General is already very high. If you want to go up further, it is estimated that it will be very good to be promoted to one level within 5 years. As an honest and humble ordinary person, Ji Chang's cheeks were naturally slightly red when he was moved. Is the Major General very powerful? Of course it's awesome. A general is the highest level among officers. What you're doing is equivalent to jumping to the top in one go. Although they are engaged in scientific research and do not lead troops to fight, even if they have the rank of general, they have no troops to lead, but this is already a great honor. He patiently explained to Ji Chang's, you are a Major General. There are only lieutenant generals and generals above. Do you think you are powerful? Awesome. Ji Chang's nodded repeatedly, what about me? I have to work harder and mention the lieutenant general as soon as possible. He Lao saw that he was suddenly beaten with chicken blood, and he was very happy to see the result. However, he was still conscious. It was already very difficult for Ji Chang's to obtain the rank of Major General for the first time. How could it be so easy for a general of this level to be promoted again? Especially for those who do scientific research, it is even more difficult. It's a pity that Ji Chang's obviously doesn't think so. With a proud look on his face, he said to Mr. He, "I want to work hard this year and be promoted to Lieutenant General." Mr. He asked cautiously, "What do you plan to do in 1 year?" Sure enough, Ji Changzet replied confidently, "Playing games. We have discovered that if our games are done well, they can be used in national construction. Then it means your game is good, it means your technology is good. This spiritual realm technology is purely a slap in the face. Just look at the dancing machine, although its technology is also very powerful, can't it only be used for civilian purposes?" Mr. He felt that the success of this spiritual realm technology had turned on some strange switch in Comrade Nagasawa's heart. He euphemistically said, "Why don't you try to specialize in research? If you make a game, will there be too much to do and it will be delayed?" "Won't." Ji Chang's was full of confidence. "What I'm best at is games. I've been studying it for 10 years, and no one understands games better than me." Mr. He. Although this statement is correct, in fact, based on Ji Chang's talent, he can still outshine most people after studying certain things for 10 years. Is he still here? While he is thinking about how to persuade Ji Chang's to put down the game and devote himself to scientific research, Ji Chang's has already started enjoying himself there. "When I am promoted to Lieutenant General, my daughter can also say that she has a Lieutenant General father. Major General is still not high enough. It sounds like I am very young. Lieutenant General is good, Lieutenant General is suitable." Mr. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he couldn't just say, "Okay, don't forget about us." Or should you just wait and see? You might be able to go up in 5 or 6 years. Ji Chang's is an honest man, he believes whatever he says. What if He Lao really said that and his enthusiasm was dampened? "But I can't agree." What if he agrees and Comrade Nagasawa takes it seriously? At that time, he failed to get what he wanted. According to his serious character, he had to be autistic for a while. So after thinking about it, Mr. He felt that he could neither dampen Ji Chang's enthusiasm nor admit it just to appease him. He thought of a good way to quench his thirst by looking at plum blossoms. "Comrade Nagasawa, if you want to be promoted to Lieutenant General, you will need to make a huge contribution." Ji Chang's asked as expected, "What kind of thing? Can I make it?" Mr. He, who was engaged in civilian research, scratched his brows with a headache. He did it for a while and really didn't know how to make it up. After all, he is still doing research on the military aspect. After seeing Ji Chang's game, he can barely think of its role in the military and will stay at this level. He Lao opened his mouth, closed it again, and finally coughed dryly. "Forget it, just admit that you don't understand." As a result, as soon as he opened his mouth and before he could say anything, his hand was held by Ji Chang's. Recently, he stays in the studio almost every day doing his own scientific research. Originally, due to long-term hard work, even his fair skin looks a bit rough, and he has grown back a lot. In addition, the country's father has sent him an orderly, and every day he was served delicious food and drinks, and his already somewhat gentle temperament was now even better. If someone who didn't know him saw him, he would definitely not be able to imagine that Ji Chang's had done more than 30 years of hard work. After his face became paler, his facial features became more prominent. When he looked at her with earnest and expectant eyes, his whole body was filled with curiosity, yearning, and admiration. At least that's how it seems to Mr. He. "Professor, you also know that I haven't graduated from elementary school. I rely on my own imagination and self-study for everything. You are the most knowledgeable person I have ever seen. Please help me, I really want to be promoted to Lieutenant General. I know that you are well informed. If you give me some advice, I will do what you say, lest I become like a headless fly like I am now. Where to start? You know, since he met Ji Chang's, the person he admires most in his heart has become him. Now, the person whom I secretly admire in my heart is begging him like this and praising him a series of times. How can I not stop thinking about it? After drifting for a second, he quickly regained consciousness. I'm not a professional. Ji Chang's was unmoved, still holding his hand and speaking sincerely, but you are better than me. You don't have to worry about professionalism or not. Just say, if I can't do it, forget it. Mr. He finally knows why so many people like to listen to rainbow farts. Before, he had always felt that he was very pragmatic and didn't like others bragging about him. Only now do I know that it depends on who is blowing the whistle. Comrade Nagasawa was not very good at speaking, his words were not gorgeous at all, and his sentences were very simple, but his words made He Lao feel comfortable physically and mentally, and the corners of his mouth turned upward. My mind is full of. Comrade Nagasawa praised me. This is Comrade Nagasawa who made the spirit realm technology. Comrade Nagasawa actually said that in his mind, I was better than him. Cough. He Lao, who was so excited for several seconds, managed to regain his composure. Then I just talk, and you just listen. He knew that he had no military experience, so he didn't make it up. He only talked about the civilian research that he was good at. If you want to say what our country lacks, there are too many. To put it bluntly, we lack everything, from the production of a watch to TVs, refrigerators, and washing machines. These foreign countries have long been lacking. Some household items are difficult to obtain in China. Even if it's done, it's just for others to do the rest. We still have to have our own innovative spirit. But innovation is useless. Firstly, there is a lack of materials. Most domestic materials are used in development and construction. Secondly, the people have no money to buy. Although the economy has begun to develop, the transportation is underdeveloped. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, you must first build roads. The country also wants to build roads, but it doesn't have the money. If we don't have money, we can't build roads. If we can't build roads, the economy won't develop. If the economy doesn't develop, we won't have the money to build roads. If the vicious cycle continues, we can only wait for the economy to slowly recover, and wait for the country's development. Once you have freed up money, you can open up transportation and make the whole country mobile. Originally, he just wanted to talk about his skills, but as he kept talking, He Lao couldn't help but started to sigh. The big bosses of this period like to sigh the most, not for anything else but because they can see things clearly. Don't you know that if you want to develop China, you have to revitalize the stagnant water? I know. But if I don't have money, I just can't get it out. Even though we know how to survive, we are forced to accept a situation where we are slowly moving forward at a snail's pace and may even go backwards. Can you not sigh? He Lao wanted to touch a cigarette melancholy. Then I remembered that he didn't know how to smoke, and I suddenly felt even more melancholy. So, I've said all this just to make you understand. If you want to be promoted to Lieutenant General, you should know what I just said. It's basically. Ji Chang's, who had been listening quietly, clapped his hands and his eyes lit up. I understand. He felt as if he had just been given a shot of chicken blood, and his whole body became excited. He held He Lao's hand and moved it excitedly. Thank you, Professor. Professor, you are worthy of being a professor. I understand. I know. What to do. I'm going. After speaking quickly, he swiped away and ran away. He finished the rest of his words with a confused look on his face. It is impossible to be promoted to Lieutenant General through civilian scientific research. Because now, even if particularly good civilian scientific research is done, ordinary people have no money and will not buy it at all. As long as the economy is not revitalized, even refrigerators and washing machines can be mass-produced and reduced to cost. The price is beyond the reach of ordinary people. So, Comrade Nagasawa, he understands. What? Knows. What? He didn't say anything at all. With a puzzled look on his face, Mr. He planned to take a look at Ji Chang's and ask him what he had figured out. However, when he arrived at the place, he was told by the military comrades responsible for protecting Ji Chang's. The chief is in retreat. This is Ji Chang's new problem. It happened during the training cabin. He locked himself in the laboratory, eating and sleeping there. At a fixed time, his wife Jo Xiaoko and daughter Ji Shui would come to visit him. A scientific researcher who has made great contributions to the country and the people has made it seem like he is in jail just for doing scientific research. Why wait for this? It's not like people haven't tried to persuade me. But Ji Chang's just didn't want to come out. I'm going to jail for a long time. I'm afraid that my parents will come to scold me outside. In order to prevent it from affecting the research, I'd better stay in seclusion until the results come out. He Lao and others. Person. Plan Zhao came out in time to popularize science. When Old Lin and the others finished blaming Brother Zi felt listless for many days. He didn't want to do anything but sleep. After hearing this, the others felt even more sorry for Ji Chang's. How big of a shadow is this to have his younger brother put in jail for being a spy and worry that his parents will scold him for it? Ji Chang's is the victim. His parents don't know how? So shameless. 3 seconds after asking this question, a few people said, okay, are they really going to be so shameless? Therefore, Comrade Nagasawa, who should have been treated as a national treasure, locked himself in the laboratory. It's simply heartbreaking. Speaking of them, who is the person who wishes the other person could disappear from the world the most? It must be Comrade Nagasawa and his parents. So when Comrade Ji Chang's was in seclusion, when his parents came to see him, they were both coldly rejected. Those two people also shouted that Comrade Nagasawa must be hiding from them. In order not to be discovered, he was unfilial and deliberately secluded. Fart. How can these two heartless people understand Comrade Nagasawa's great spirit of devotion to the country? Mr. He never thought of it. Comrade Nagasawa has only been out of seclusion for a few months, and he has entered again. The key is, it seems like he went in because of what he said. But he doesn't seem to have given any useful advice. He Lao felt guilty. He couldn't wait until the meeting time, so he had to rush back to the capital to do his own research. When he returned to the Scientific Research Institute, Mr. He was immediately surrounded. Some news cannot be spread outside, but internally, no one hides it from these scientific researchers. I heard that the Major General is the talent you discovered. How about you, old man? Come home and visit your relatives, and you actually found a Major General. I've also tried the spiritual realm technology. It's amazing. If I hadn't been able to sit still all the time in reality, it would have been like a second world. I heard that the Major General even praised you and said that he received a lot of guidance from you. I really didn't expect that. We have known each other for so many years and I didn't know that you were so hidden. Not exposed. Mr. He blushed when someone said something to me, and hurriedly explained, what kind of guidance? Comrade Nagasawa is a genius and learns things very quickly. I just helped him find books. Follow us, you are still pretending. If you are really just looking for books, will he praise you like a flower? We haven't arrived yet, so we are here to protect the calf. Lao He, you have such a protective temperament, we can't say enough about you. He Lao couldn't explain clearly. Comrade Nagasawa is just a simple man who remembers gratitude, so I am very grateful for his help. Okay, I understand that you want to win him over to your branch, but you are afraid that we will rob people. Don't worry. Although we usually rob people, they have made it clear that they regard you as a half. As a teacher, we won't steal your students. Scientific research institutes in China have a habit of robbing people. After all, there is still a shortage of talent. Every time we complete a big project and everyone brainstorms, talent becomes particularly important. So every year when new people are admitted, it's the time when various research institutes compete for talent and skills. He Lao couldn't laugh or cry. Me? I really didn't help much. He is getting older, and his eyesight and other aspects have begun to decline. He feels more and more that he cannot keep up with the progress of his recent research. Why did he go to his hometown before? Isn't it because of repeated attempts and failures and a waste of materials? I feel really deep in my heart. I feel uncomfortable, but I can't help but blame myself, so I plan to go back to my hometown to relax. Unexpectedly, a big treasure came out, so he temporarily forgot his own incompetence. Now that he has returned to the research institute, his fear that has not arisen for a long time has quietly arose. He told no one, and as he grew older, he began to doubt his abilities and fear doing research. Not to mention failure, but also a waste of materials. He even once wondered whether his IQ was declining because he was older. The more you think this way, the more afraid and worried you become. The worse your mentality is, the easier it is to make mistakes when doing experiments. In a vicious cycle, he has unconsciously rejected doing the things he was once so good at. Back at the branch office, Mr. He looked at the information and felt a little anxious in his heart. In the end, he still failed to apply to continue doing research. Me? Let's teach the students first. He finally made such a decision in despair. The country's resources are used less and some, and he really doesn't want his old self to waste these hard-won resources. These should be handed over to people younger and more capable than him, such as Comrade Nagasawa. Mr. He just started teaching his students with peace of mind. But maybe he gave up scientific research out of inner despair. His mental state was getting worse day by day. In just 4 months, his face was full of fatigue. It was at this time that news came from Changliu County. Ji Chang's is out of seclusion. The game he made this time is too grand. It is difficult for one person to support it alone. He asks the country to send someone to help. Mr. He was the first one he named. Hearing the news, he was also very excited. It was rare that he had some energy. He happily packed his luggage and got into the car arranged by the state. As a result, when I got on board, I discovered that half of the carriages were filled with acquaintances. So many people. Lao he is here. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect there to be so many people. I heard that Comrade Nagasawa asked for 30 people at one time, and the superiors actually approved it, which made us all itchy and wanted to fly over to see what it was. What makes us, so many people, go to help? The research institute is already short of people, and the willingness of the superiors to approve it means that what Ji Chang's has done is more important than everything they have on hand combined. How can this not make everyone curious? Someone else came to Mr. He to talk to him. Aren't you familiar with that Major General? You know what we are going to do this time. Come on, tell me. I promise not to tell them. Mr. He smiled and pushed away his old friend who came to him. I don't know, so stop asking around. The old friend tooted, you are so strict with your mouth. When Mr. He saw him like that, he knew that he was sure that he was keeping a secret and didn't care about it. Anyway, when he got there, the other party would know that he was not lying. Does he really know nothing? Maybe the emotion of expectation can make time slow down. They felt that the car drove for a long time before they arrived at the place, changed cars again, and finally arrived in Changliu County when it was dark. As soon as he arrived, he was immediately protected by heavily armed soldiers and taken to the laboratory. The laboratory was still so big. He Lao was walking at the front. He looked around and couldn't see Ji Chang's. He asked strangely, "Where is Chang's? The chief is waiting?" Everyone. The soldiers began to distribute helmets seriously. When everyone had one, they said, "Please put on your helmet, the commander is waiting for you inside." Waiting inside? You know? It can't be inside the helmet. These dozens of people are all smart people, and naturally they quickly thought of spiritual realm technology. Could it be that the new project is related to spiritual realm technology? They thought, but they didn't hesitate to put on their helmets. After putting it on, as soon as he opened the door, everyone was not surprised to appear in a large office. They understand spiritual realm technology. Hello everyone. Sitting in the corner of the office, Ji Chang's reminded, "Everyone, please move your hands and feet to test whether you can move normally." Hands on? They didn't give them the controller when they came in? With this thought in their hearts, everyone moved their bodies honestly. This. Whenever it moves, everything. Shocked. They can actually be flexible. The movements of the hands, feet, and body are completely the same as outside. But what about the controller? Moreover, a few people subconsciously turned their heads to look, and only then did others realize that the person next to them clearly had a familiar voice, but their face was completely unfamiliar. "Sorry, because time is limited, I didn't shape your faces according to your appearance. You can do it yourself after a while." After Ji Chang's finished speaking, he stood up and looked around, and quickly found Mr. He. "Professor." He greeted her warmly, with a proud smile finally showing on his face, "I've done it. Look, we made this game according to what you said." He Lao, who had long forgotten what he said. "What did I say?" Ji Chang's immediately helped him recall, "You said that if you want to be rich, you must first build roads, but the country has no money and cannot build roads for the time being, so everyone is not rich and the economy cannot prosper. Look. The new game is called Holographic World. As long as you put on a helmet at home, you can enter the holographic world. Your walking and movements will be exactly the same as in reality. And you can also interact with people. Look, how flexible and comfortable I am when I tap you on the shoulder. We are constructing an entire world in the holographic world. We can construct it however we want, Professor. You are simply a genius. Mr. He. A man who created almost an entire world and directly brought China from poverty and backwardness into the interstellar age. Call him a genius. Oh my God, he suddenly wasn't anxious anymore. If this is not an expansion, I will be sorry for Comrade Nagasawa. Holographic. This will change the world. Such a miraculous development was actually because of his words. He Lao felt like he was floating. The only problem now is. So. He cautiously asked, does this holographic world have any connection between him and road construction? Of course. Ji Chang's smile was simple and his tone was full of pride. In the holographic world, everyone can just wear a helmet, so lack of money to build roads is not a big problem. As long as we don't walk, won't this problem be solved? Professor. Isn't this idea very innovative? The author has something to say, 10,500. I am awesome. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 478. Everyone who heard Ji Chang's words were stunned and didn't know what to say. Okay. Listen to this. Because he had no money to build roads, he simply made a holographic game so that everyone could meet each other without walking. What kind of magical idea is this? The most amazing thing is that Ji Chang's actually made this holographic game. Moreover, it was Lao He who came up with the idea. For a while, everyone looked at Ji Chang's and looked at him. He was old. Forget it about Ji Chang's, he is a genius and everyone knows it. What? That's really surprising. After he returned to the capital, he no longer conducted experiments alone, but concentrated on raising students, with a vague intention of retiring. I didn't expect it, it turned out that I was holding back my big move. Seeing others looking at him with expressions like okay, so you are doing something big, he Lao said. What is he really? I don't know. When I just heard Ji Chang say those words. His old self also looked like he didn't know what to say. He had a good expression on his face. When Ji Chang said this, he also remembered what he had said to the other party before, and what his mood was when he said those words. God knows, he said all this at the time just to tell Comrade Nagasawa about the difficulty of China and how hard it was for everyone to develop the economy, so he secretly asked him to put down the game and happily join scientific research. As a result, Ji Chang's listened. This is actually the way to listen. However, Ji Chang's didn't wait for Mr. He's answer, and continued to ask, why are you silent? Don't you think my idea is very novel and exciting? Lao. He laughed dryly, ha ha, novel and exciting. It's just too novel and exciting. Now that Ji Chang's has come up with such a game that can change the world, he will naturally not say anything else. Although your game is very awesome, it still cannot solve the road problem. After all, even if everyone is in the game, don't they still need to walk to transport supplies? But none of the above matter when facing the holographic world created by Ji Chang's. The more we understand this holographic world, the more everyone feels that with it, China no longer needs to be cumbersome and develop. The holographic world is equivalent to a brand new world. And there is only China in this world. They can develop rapidly in it. This is already so simple as more than just a game. Just like the materials that scientists need, they are very careful every time they do experiments. For what reason? It is not because they are afraid of waste. But it's different in the holographic world. It doesn't matter if you fail, everything is data anyway, and data can be regenerated. At this moment, everyone thought of spiritual realm technology. That spiritual realm training cabin is said to be specially designed for training pilots and other special forces soldiers. In this training cabin, pilots can fly as they please. They can try various bold combinations and perform various actions that they would not dare to do in the real sky, because even if they fail, it will only be a failure in the training cabin. If it doesn't work, then I'll line up and prepare for the next time. It is in this kind of endless training every day that the pilot's combat awareness and skills improve rapidly at a speed that everyone can't imagine. In the holographic world, anyone can do this. A scientific researcher carefully picked the wildflowers on the roadside and held them in his hands for careful observation. He almost said in an incredibly shocked tone, "This flower is too real." When the flowers are picked, some mucus is exposed, as well as the fine lines on the flowers and the stamens. It's almost the same as in reality. Ji Chang's walked up to him and explained, because we made a collector specifically to collect data on real-life objects. Like this flower, the reason why it looks real is because the collector collected it from top to bottom. In reality, a real flower is collected. In the holographic world, with the data of this flower, Ji Chang's can copy countless flowers. Everyone present understood the meaning of his words. If everything in reality can be copied into holography, then the difference between holography and reality will be minimized. Ji Chang said before that people can meet each other without walking. It is only the simplest step to realize it. They looked at each other, looking at the expressions of surprise and shock on each other's faces. While I was thinking that this expression was really ugly, I was also thinking that this game was too real, and even the ugliest ones were so realistic. But now that these have been done, why don't you still let us help? Help? The scientist who went to pick flowers before raised the question of the soul. It's already pretty good here. It doesn't seem like there's much we need to do. Yes. Others also reacted. Although they really want to stay here and study this holographic world, everything here is extremely real, including the mosquito that ran over from nowhere and was secretly trying to suck it. Their blood. And they had never even heard of holographic technology before, so how could they help? Of course there is something that needs to be done. Ji Chang's immediately retorted upon hearing this, although the place we are staying in is already very complete, what we need to do next is to include the entire country of China. I definitely can't handle such a large amount of work. The whole country of China. Many people exclaimed. They looked at Ji Chang's as if they were looking at a god. You actually want to create the entire country of China in the holographic world? Yes, since this will be the second world for us Chinese people from now on, of course it will be the same as China. Ji Chang's answered very confidently, and from the look in his eyes, he seemed to think that the question asked by these surprised researchers was unnecessary. He stretched out his hand toward the sky, and immediately, a scroll landed on top of his hand and floated quietly. Ji Chang slid to the left again, and the scroll seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. It slid and unfolded according to his movements, revealing the map inside. After the scroll was unfolded, everyone realized that it was extremely large. Just like this, a long map. It is suspended quietly in the air, and its length almost covers everyone. If this picture were placed in reality, it would definitely scare a lot of people to death. But in the game, it seems, not so normal. Everyone watched helplessly as Ji Chang's walked under the map. He didn't know what was in his hand. Then a long stick came out and clicked on a part of the map. Here, we are standing under our feet. The place is the suburbs of Changliu County. Following his words, a small piece of the map fell in front of them, and it automatically zoomed in. Sure enough, it was what the scenery in front of them looked like. Because it is the first time to build it, I need to explore many things by myself, so it takes time to make it. It took a lot of time, it took several months, and the large and small ones in the suburbs of Changliu County are not worth mentioning in the country. Even with templates and collectors, it won't be that difficult to copy from other places. But as our country is so big, it's still too difficult, so we need everyone's help. He said it so naturally, as if he was saying, my family is short of manpower when building a house. Come and help move the bricks. It's actually not bad either. It's just that the house has been replaced by Huaguo. He wants to build a Chinese country and let everyone help him. The person responsible for helping Ji Chang's was actually serious. Let's build a complete China together. Just thinking about it like this made everyone feel like they couldn't breathe. I'm a little dizzy, let me slow down. A relatively young researcher sat on the grass, his face pale. At this point, he still didn't forget to touch his cold face, thinking that this game could actually make people feel the touch. I'm a little dizzy too. Quickly pinch me, look. Look. Am I dreaming? The researcher who said these words received a speechless look from his companion, who then pinched him mercilessly. He looked down at his arm with a confused look on his face. Then there was a look of disappointment on his face. It doesn't hurt at all. It was really a dream. Ji Chang's walked to him and comforted him. In order to have a better gaming experience, everyone's pain sensation has been adjusted to the lowest level in the game, so it is normal not to feel pain, but don't be discouraged. He stretched out his palm, and a control panel floated out of it. Under the confused gazes of others, Ji Chang skillfully called up his address book and started making calls. The call was connected almost instantly. Chief, what do you have? Do you need it? Some. Ji Chang said, please pinch the comrade in green clothes in reality. After a pause, he probably felt that it was not safe yet, so he added, try harder. The man over there didn't even stutter and immediately agreed, okay, chief, I'll do it right away. Ji Chang's was very polite, thank you. The next second, the researcher who had just asked his companion to pinch him but received no pain suddenly screamed. Hey! Obviously, he was pinched in reality. Covering him. When his arms were covered with a mask of pain, Ji Chang's asked him happily with a look of credit on his face, how? How is it? Does it hurt? Does it hurt enough? If it's not enough, I'll call the comrades outside and ask them to exert more force. The researcher who was grinning in pain in the game quickly stopped, enough, enough, this level is enough. I believe this is no longer a dream. Seeing him say this, Ji Chang showed a happy smile on his face. Just believe it, it doesn't matter, you don't need to thank me, it's just a little effort. Scientist. Other people. Although Comrade Ji Chang seems to be quite enthusiastic, this way of helping people is still quite straight-tempered. With this interruption, several scientific researchers who secretly wondered whether they were old enough to dream, and daring to even dream such a sweet dream, felt relieved. Compared with the confused faces and rapid heartbeats of those younger than them, they were more accepting of it. Isn't it just to build another Chinese country? When we founded the country, we didn't put in any effort. In the game, we have to put in some effort. Obviously, if there is no use in establishing a second Chinese country in the holographic world, the country will not let them help. As for what it has big uses, this is almost equivalent to their Chinese country finding a new planet and moving there to live on their own. Although this analogy is a bit inappropriate, after all, in reality people still have to live, but for China, which is suffering from the inability to develop its economy and is very backward, with this second world, it's almost a direct transition from walking to rocket ride. Moreover, the holographic world is, to put it bluntly, artificially constructed. Management is naturally more convenient than in real life. Didn't you see it? Ji Chang's wanted to see it? Didn't he just reach out for all the maps? The Chinese people, who are enjoying the future, can live in the second world they have jointly built. They can copy the mountains and rivers of China bit by bit. Everyone present turned red with excitement. Ji Chang's was still there urging them, what's going on? Is there anything else you don't understand? If not, can we start construction? We will start building the capital today. He has such a salty temper that no one understood this at first, so he had to do everything by himself. Now that he has created a template, of course he must quickly exploit others. In order to increase the enthusiasm of these well-intentioned researchers who are being squeezed, no, they are here to help, Ji Chang's also proposed. Those of us who participate in the second world will have a builder's badge. With this badge, everyone can leave their names in the game lobby. Afraid that they would not understand, he also explained it in detail, the game lobby is the transfer lobby. We imagine that every player will first come to the transfer lobby when they first enter the game. They can follow the map. You can choose your own destination. However, in order to prevent everyone from being too free at the beginning and causing riots, the temporary rule is that everyone must have an identity certificate and proof of their residential address before they can enter the game. After entering, just at the beginning, everyone can only be in their own city. And except for public shops, all residential buildings will be locked, and only people with proof of residence can enter. To put it bluntly, although they created the second world, in order for the people to adapt, it is best to keep them in a familiar place at the beginning. Everyone else understood. Ji Chang's then went on to introduce the transfer hall. He had written a long article about his vision for the second world before and handed it over to the superiors. He had kept all the rules and regulations he had envisioned for the country, not to mention a lot of them, so he was very confident when he introduced them. Although everyone can only travel around the city where they live at the beginning, once they adapt, the transit hall will open other services. For example, we are in Changliu County now. If we want to go to the capital, we only need to select the capital city in the transit hall and you can enter the transit hall in the capital. Yes, there are transfer halls in every region. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Doesn't that mean that people across the country will see their names engraved in the transit hall? Everyone will know that they participated in the construction of the second world. Everyone present knows how magical the second world is. When it completely reveals its face, the media all over the world will go crazy, not to mention China. And their names will remain in the transit hall forever, and their names will even appear in the history books of future generations. These people are naturally very patriotic. But there is no conflict between being patriotic and being able to go down in history and leave a name for yourself. Their patriotism has made a name for themselves in history. It is simply pie in the sky. Before, I just lamented the magic of the second world, but now when I heard Ji Chang say this, I thought about how much praise he would receive as the builder of this second world. Everyone looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Such an opportunity to leave his name in history, he was actually willing to share it with so many people like them. Isn't this a true gentleman? Why? When I see everyone, I can guess what Comrade Nagasawa is thinking by looking at them. He smiled inwardly. It is better for them to think this way than to know that Comrade Nagasawa is actually too honest and unpretentious and does not understand these things. But He Lao couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the world is really wonderful, a genius as smart as Comrade Nagasawa could have such a simple temperament. So the parents are still the ones doing the wrong thing. Ji Chang's didn't know why. He always insulted his parents in his heart. He was contentedly watching the researchers who were all smiling at him. Not bad. He could finally lie down and watch others work hard. Facts have proved that Ji Chang's had the right idea. These people really work hard. They are inherently smarter than ordinary people, and they study everything. When so many people start to seriously build the world together, and when various talents from other industries sent by the father of the country join in, the holographic world it looks almost the same every day. Building a house in a hologram is much easier than in reality. Anyway, as long as the streets are the same as the city, a small house like that doesn't need to be the same as in reality. For example, in a village, almost all the houses are mud houses, and some are even half rotten. The owners of the houses live in the half that is not rotten. In this kind of situation, modelers cannot be allowed to follow suit and build adobe houses. The second world is used to promote China's economy, but it is not for everyone to remember the bitter things and think about the sweet things. So, the shopkeeper Ji Changzita waved his hand and said that it was too troublesome to build each house one by one, so let's just copy and paste it the old way. They found an architect and carefully planned out a house suitable for all ages. After all the details and aspects were finalized, they started building a house in the game. The first house was copied into the game exactly as it was. With the data, Ji Chang's immediately started copying and pasting like crazy. Then, rows of beautiful-looking houses with red walls appeared. Insert another coordinate with XX village written on it, and the village is complete. Seeing that this method worked well, Ji Chang's then followed the example and asked an architect to draw a house of the same type in reality, and then perfected the details bit by bit in the game until the first house in the game was completed. Countless buildings are not far away. Government buildings, police stations, and shopping streets were completed one after another. Since we plan to create a second world, naturally all aspects will be the same as in the real world. In reality, many people have discovered that some strange people have appeared in the city where they live. They wore the same clothes, drove a car, and held strange equipment in their hands. From the moment they entered the city, they walked around and took pictures. While they were doing this, there were actually some small airplanes flying around in the sky. At first, everyone was scared. Some people even saw the plane and feared it was a foreign spy plane, so they nervously called the police. When the police comrades arrived and those people showed them their work aids, everyone realized that they were collectors sent by the state. Their job is to take pictures in various cities, taking pictures in all directions, even those small alleys where only one person can walk. Also, the small plane in the sky is not a spy plane. It is also taking pictures. What is it said to be taking? A bird's eye view. It must be taken from a high altitude, so the country spends a lot of money to produce these drones. Everyone looked confused after hearing this. I have never heard of the profession of collector before. Some people were curious and asked directly, but the collectors said they only heard that it seemed to be used for making maps. Map? Everyone suddenly became excited. The maps they have always seen are the world map and the map of China. The place where they live, let alone their street, may not be visible even in the county. They can only put a small mark on the map. Small XX city. Unexpectedly, the current map even includes the small street where they live. As people who live on this street, many people are secretly excited when they think that it can appear on the map. There are also local people who lead the collectors to small places known only to local people. The collectors thanked each other, and when they finished collecting this small piece, they took out money as reward. The local didn't expect that he could do this even though he was just giving directions. Such an unexpected surprise, I was happy but a little afraid to ask for it. The collectors still wanted to give it to him. The state stipulates that after we finish filming, if anyone leads us to discover new places that we have never collected before, there will be a bonus. You brought us here, and the bonus is 5 yuan. This is stipulated by the state, and it is not our personal responsibility to give it to you. Just keep it. If you don't keep it, we will consider it a violation of the regulations. The local man listened and accepted the money. But deep down, I still feel embarrassed about collecting money, and at the same time I feel that the country is really good. I just gave him directions, but he gave me so much money. When the news spread, many people who were just watching the excitement became excited. Just take it to places where the collector has never been and get 5 yuan? And it's still 5 yuan per place, so if there are 10 places, oh my god. This is actually 50 yuan. You can get money just by following the directions. Is that so? Who wouldn't want to do a good thing? For a time, many people were very excited and took the collectors to places known to locals. If the collectors had never been to these places, they would get the bonus as they wished. With the cooperation of the local people, the collectors' operations suddenly became smoother. They worked conscientiously, and then sent the photos and measured dimensions back to the headquarters. China suddenly started surveying and taking photos across the country. Although this news sounded like a small matter, it still attracted the attention of other countries. Especially a country that has suffered several hidden losses from China during this period. It should be said that they are not determined to give up until they reach the Yellow River. Since the last time they crossed the border for provocation and were taught a lesson by Chinese pilots, a certain country has been trying to find trouble for China every now and then. However, Huaguo, who has always said, okay, 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 for some reason this time, actually became hardened. Before, I didn't fight back when I was hit or scolded, and even if I suffered a loss, I just pretended that it didn't happen. I don't know if I took the wrong medicine during this period of time. A certain country stepped on them, and they actually dared to step back. Of course, a certain country did not want to be treated like this, so it resorted to the old method of economic sanctions. If you don't export things to China, you won't let other countries export them if you don't tell them. It's a pity that China didn't know what was going on, but it actually hooked up with other countries under such circumstances. Even if a certain country is there, China, which boycotted China and had allies, was not affected at all. This incident will naturally bring shame to a certain country. It's just that they simply ignore the threats from those countries. On the other side of a certain country, you can actually roughly guess what benefits China must have given to the other country. Countries and countries have always been like this. People may still have friendship with each other, but the previous friendships between countries were all based on interests. Government personnel from a certain country held several meetings and finally concluded that it must be China's spiritual realm technology. Speaking of which, this is a slap in the face. A country here previously swore that China would not produce so-called spiritual technology, but in the blink of an eye, a rough version of spiritual technology was used in games on the streets of China. Although the picture quality is relatively poor and it doesn't look that realistic, it is definitely a big surprise for players of this era. For a time, the Lingjing game console was very popular. And because it itself cannot be copied at all, players can only buy genuine copies if they want to play. Huaguo made a lot of money with this game console. In this way, in other countries, Lingjing game consoles are still hard to find. A certain country boycotted it. But there are always some capitalists who take great risks in smuggling for the sake of high profits. The smuggled game consoles were sold at high prices again. In the end, this game became even more popular because of its high price. The government that tried to boycott China was almost pissed to death when its people failed to live up to expectations. Naturally, they also bought a game console with the intention of deciphering its secrets. I also know that since China has come out with this technology to make games, it means that the spiritual realm technology they use in the military is hundreds of times stronger than this game. As long as our country cracks the spirit realm technology and makes the kind that China uses in its military, then China will no longer be the only one with spirit realm technology, and they will be on the way to victory again. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. A certain country has been working hard for a long time, but has not been able to produce technology like a game console. Seeing that China is making a lot of money, the government can only experiment with research institutes. There is no other way. The scientific researchers can only wake up earlier than chickens, go to bed later than dogs, and study all day long. After a while, everyone will have big dark circles under their eyes. This research institute is naturally not owned by the government. Due to the national conditions in a certain country, it is easier for private research institutes to produce results. However, the competition among such institutes is also more intense. Because of this, they do not have the kind of human care that China has. If I ask you to study it, you will have to work it out even if you risk your life. If you can't study it, you will be sorry for the salary given by the boss. The old scientific researcher who had previously swore to the government that China could not have spiritual realm technology had been holding his breath ever since he learned the bad news that China really does have it. He is one of the country's leading experts in this field. He didn't even make something, but the backward country of China actually made it. This thing was a slap in the face. Still in front of everyone. Therefore, even if the government did not dare to force him because of his achievements, he would still study crazily and risk his life on his own initiative. Wherever you fall, you must stand up. Huaguo just happened to take a step ahead of schedule. He must go through this section of the road and leave Huaguo far behind. So, when he was forgetting about food and sleep every day, listening to the chickens dancing, eating, and lodging at the research institute, and his eyes were red, he faced the government and asked, "Chinese collectors are collecting everywhere. Do you think they are collecting this? Is it possible that this thing is doing something big, such as a new technology similar to spiritual realm technology?" He sneered and said decisively. "Impossible. With China's backward scientific research environment, It's great luck to be able to create spiritual realm technology. How could they possibly create something more powerful? Then why do they have to go around collecting? You ask me, who should I ask? You are wasting time here. You might as well bribe a few Chinese officials to inquire. A certain country wants to do that too, but the problem is that a group of soldiers specializing in catching spies have recently appeared in China. They are almost like the reincarnation of monkeys. They are agile, and their ears and eyesight are so quick that they are almost unlike humans. Those ambush spies were caught one by one, resulting in the fact that there are almost no spies in a certain country in China. Before, when they still had many spies, they wanted to capture Ji Changs, who invented the spiritual realm technology, alive. As a result, the cunning Hua kingdom actually hid the person, in seclusion. Not only did the spies fail to find the person, but they also sent him away. Got in. But now, let alone arresting them alive, even if they were to assassinate them, they couldn't get enough people together. You know, how can such spies with so many Chinese faces be ambushed in China? How much thought they put into it, how many brain cells they lost. As a result, the group of soldiers who appeared out of nowhere appeared as if they had a legendary husband and were captured by them in 2 or 3 seconds. A certain country spent a lot of money to get the haul. These soldiers seem to have been trained in a training camp called escape room. I don't know how it was done. In just a few months can turn people into monkeys. What is a certain country doing now? Collector, they want to know what it is. There is nothing they can do. Finally, a government official suggested, no matter what they are doing, it is a fact that we have not cracked the spirit realm technology until now. I suggest that since Ji Changs cannot be captured alive, it is better to kill him directly. Nowadays, everyone is like a headless chicken and doesn't know what to do. Of course, we have to find something to do, otherwise we can't keep waiting like this. Anyway, as long as these people are alive, they can make a second spiritual realm technology. It was always right to kill him. Everyone else agreed. Although Ji Chang's talent is very exciting, he rejected a certain country in the first place, and now there is no way to capture him by force, so he can only destroy it if he can't get it. After everyone reached a consensus, someone proposed. So, the question is, who should assassinate him? Other people. Almost all Chinese spies were wiped out. The rest are basically clerical jobs. On Ji Chang's side, they didn't even know where the other person was at the moment. They finally realized. Everyone agreed to the assassination, but why? The assassination was a big problem. In the end, the person sitting in the main seat said with a cold face, "Let the mercenaries go. Hire the Thorns who never fail." The Thorns Regiment is one of the best mercenary groups. Their group members include people from all countries. They always strike cleanly and complete their employer's tasks as quickly as possible every time. Of course, they charge a high price. Generally, the price is increased based on the importance of the task objective. Ji Chang's identity as a developer of spiritual realm technology was enough for these mercenaries to demand a price that would make a certain country vomit blood. But they still hire people who vomit blood. China has become too arrogant after having spiritual realm technology, and now it doesn't know what it is doing. There is an urgent need in a certain country to make as many of China's helpers disappear as possible. The Thorn Regiment quickly took over the assassination mission. When they saw that the target of the mission was actually a Chinese, they were all disdainful. A smile. China may once have been a great country. But now, for such a backward country, the weapons and equipment are not as advanced as their mercenaries, but a certain country actually hired them to assassinate a scientific researcher from the other country. At that time, 4 words popped into the mind of the member who took over the task. Sky. Drop. Horizontal. Fiscal. They packed up their equipment and went bravely. Then I was stopped just as I got off the boat. Guns are banned in China, so they are not allowed to enter China with weapons on them. The mercenaries who took the boat specially to avoid this regulation said, "We've arrived, and we can't go back the way we came." They had no choice but to grit their teeth and put down their weapons. "It doesn't matter, my group is all brave and good at fighting. Even without thermal weapons, they can still kill people. The first step is to go to Changliu County." Although a certain country said they were not sure where Jichang's was, according to their investigation, there were still soldiers stationed in Changliu County, so Jichang's must still be where he was. It's a dark, windy, murderous night. The group of people stared at the light, flipped over, and climbed into the wall. They had seen that the soldiers would enter this room during the day, sometimes coming out early and sometimes coming out late. So it is necessary to enter here first to explore. As soon as his feet landed, a crisp voice suddenly sounded. "Hello, comrade, you have entered the training ground. The escape room training will start in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Mercenaries. What? Toy escape? They were dazed and alert when they suddenly heard a rumbling sound. When they looked closely, they saw several large rocks rolling towards them. Several people, run away. 4 hours later, they lay softly on the ground and gave up struggling. No, surrender. The voice of one of the mercenaries was full of collapse. The assassination environment in their country of China is too bad. And in a distant country. The veteran researcher walked out of the laboratory excitedly. It's done. It's done. I copied the technology in that game, ha 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 ha, I did it. The assistant was rushing over. He was so happy to see him so he stepped forward and said, China has just announced the opening of the holographic world. According to the news we have received, holographic technology is even more magical than spiritual realm technology. When the other party suddenly froze, he said cautiously, you are required to study holographic technology immediately. After working hard from dawn to dusk, I just developed the spiritual realm technology. An old scientific researcher from a certain country said. The author has something to say. Good night. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 479. China has made what? Holographic technology. I heard that they claim that this what? Holographic technology can create a second world that is not inferior to the real world. Is this news so exciting? The media in various countries don't care whether what China does will affect the international situation. They only know that China has sent them another piece of news that can explode sales. The previous spiritual realm technology had already supported many newspaper offices. The popularity of spiritual realm technology has not subsided for such a long time, and another holographic technology has emerged from China. The news media were like cats that smelled fishy. They all wanted to rush directly to China to write this report. There are even well-informed people who have learned that a certain country has just developed part of the spiritual realm technology. Note that this part is still part of China's public disclosure through the game. This is a race on the same track. China is almost at the finish line, but a certain country has only just walked a short distance. And it's just a short paragraph that someone else produced. The joke is dead. Even the media of a certain country did not miss this good opportunity to laugh at their own government. As for the government, will it be angry? They don't care. For the sake of media sales, what does the country mean? The patriotism of a certain country's people is not that strong. The media was buzzing with the news overnight, especially the fact that researchers from a certain country had finally developed a small part of spiritual realm technology. As a result, China had developed holographic technology, which made it even more super powerful. The breaking point is that almost all newspapers use it to make their pages. The most egregious thing is that a certain country's own media is still the leader. The government is extremely angry, but it has nothing to do with its own media. Seeing that public opinion is not good for them, they can only think of ways to find out what is going on with China's holographic technology, and at the same time make counterattacks based on the information given by Chinese officials. Wait, fight back. When Ji Chang's heard what Zhao Jiplan said, he was a little surprised and interrupted him. Did our country attack a certain country? Zhao Jihua shook his head, filled with the same indignation. No? Yes. Our country is busy creating the second world. Where does it have the time to care about a certain country? Who knows what they are trying to do? They actually target us like this. Ji Chang's thought, a certain country is really not targeting China. People are just targeting any country that is slightly better developed and has more land and resources. What he was thinking in his heart didn't show on his face, but he nodded as if he thought the same thing. Go on. I heard from the professor that their government bought newspapers and began to badmouth our holographic technology. God knows how speechless Zhao Jiji was after getting the news. Previously, it was the media of a certain country that was praising their country, China. Now, it is also the media of a certain country that has begun to badmouth their country. Don't the media in this country feel like they are slapping themselves in the face? Ji Chang's knew better. People in a certain country are atypical people who only have money. They don't care whether they're slapped in the face or not. As long as there are many people buying the newspaper and the sales are good enough, even if the editor is asked to run naked, the other party will be willing to do so. Then what are they all badmouthing? Zhao Jihua said angrily. Anyway, they are some ugly words. They say that we in China have not done a good job in our own construction and want to eat the fat man to death in one breath. And even if we really do it, what about the second world? In reality, people are poor. Even in the second world, no matter how rich they are, it's useless. The most disgusting thing is that we are whitewashing the peace. In order to cover up the poverty in reality, we actually came up with a way to build a new China in the game. Ever since he learned that Ji Chang's could make guns based on the photos in newspapers, Zhao Jiplan had another habit of reading foreign newspapers. He has basically no problem with foreign languages now, and he can summarize the contents of a certain country's newspapers in the past few days in a few words. After summarizing it, Ji Chang's, the person in charge of holographic technology, still didn't know what to do. Zhao planned to make himself angry to death first. What do they know? Even if they can't eat the grapes, they say the grapes are sour. If they have the ability, they can make a holographic world. Ji Chang's, who was scolded several times for following the holographic technology, was calm. See Zhao Jihua angry? Comfort him. What did they say? Why did you believe it? He smiled and said, look, after our second world is opened, it is not just the country of China in the game that has changed. The news about the Chinese holographic world has spread abroad, and the Chinese people in the country naturally know about it. Most people are a little confused about the second world information given by the country. Is it clear what this is doing? I heard it's a game. After entering the game, the scenery you see in reality is the same. Then what's the use of this? This is the first question most Chinese people ask after hearing that the country has developed a national game. As the saying goes, fullness warms the mind. Under normal circumstances, people only think of playing when they have enough to eat and drink and don't have to rush for survival. After the advent of holographic technology, except for children and some young people who have not yet started a family and do not know the hardships of life, there is not much interest in this game. As the most important point in holographic technology, there is no difference from reality. For them, this is a disadvantage. Since it's no different from the scenery outside in reality, why would they go in? After entering, you can't work to make money. Fortunately, in addition to these adults, there are also a bunch of half-grown young people who are looking forward to it. After all, China has just emerged from its suffering. Although the country has begun to vigorously develop education in recent years, for those middle-aged people who are already married and have children, they cannot read or can only read a little bit of Braille. There are so many people. Most of them can't understand why a game country should praise it so much. Yes, the same scenery as in real life does sound magical. But what's the use? No matter how much food there is in the game, they can't eat it in real life. No matter how nice the house in the game is, in reality they are still lying on the shabby kong of their own home. So except for those young people and children, most people are indifferent to novelty and have no ideas after a while. Until the street notifies everyone, every Chinese citizen should bring their ID card to receive the holographic helmet. These holographic helmets will be bound to its owner. After being bound, no one else can play except the player himself. Because it's free, there are quite a few people who receive it. But there are still almost half of the people who have no interest at all. Rather than spending time getting some holographic helmets, they want to work hard in the factory and make money. Naturally, they don't know how much pressure the country is under to be able to produce so many gaming helmets for free. After all, holographic games are a very advanced technology for this era. Even if it is, Ji Chang's has tried his best to reduce costs. For today's China, making so many holographic helmets can almost be said to have exhausted all national resources. If it weren't for the previous spiritual realm technology that brought back a lot of money and resources, they wouldn't be able to do it at all. Therefore, Chinese officials are relieved that some Chinese people did not go to receive helmets. If you don't want to collect it, don't collect it. The quantity just happens to be insufficient. If those people don't receive it, the others will have just enough, and there will still be some left over. In Changliu County, a young man wandered into the street and received a holographic helmet. An elder in his family happened to meet him when he came back, and he scolded him angrily, "I want to play every day, but the dancing machine is not enough. If you wear this helmet every day for fun, look at me, I won't smash it for you." For this father, his son does not go to the factory to find a job to express his enthusiasm and passion, but instead indulges in games every day, whether it is a dance machine or a spiritual game machine, which is the best representative of not doing his job properly. Dad, don't get excited. I didn't get this just for fun. I went because I wanted to understand something. His father said with a stinky face, "What can you think of? I just play every day." "You kid, you are lucky that you are the only one in the family. Your mother and I will give you a younger brother or sister. If we had other children, we would have thrown you away long ago." The young man didn't think anything of his father's words at all. He was already thick-skinned, so when he was scolded, he just thought he heard his father fart. However, in order to play this holographic game quietly, he still expressed the thoughts in his heart. "I think this way, you know what the leaders of our country are like. They are all dedicated to serving the country and the people. If this second world is of no use to China, they will definitely not. Maybe the collectors are building something like a signal base station. I think this second world must be of great use, but we don't have the culture of the leaders, nor do we have as much foresight as they do, so we don't understand." When his father heard this, the expression on his face softened. "It sounds reasonable. Which decision of the leaders is not for the good of this country? If this second world is not good for the country, how can they promote it to the whole people?" The more he thought about it, the more he felt. "What you said is quite right." He nodded and was no longer angry. He just asked, "Then tell me, what is the use of this second world?" The young man said confidently, "I don't know." His father? Seeing that his father was about to take off his shoes and beat someone up, he quickly made up for it, "I'm just a primary school graduate. How could I see it at a glance? That's why I wanted to take him home and give it a try to see what this second world is like. Where is it? It's good. His father sneered and took off his shoes. You just want to play but are afraid of me? You are the one who fooled me, you brat. Don't run away. Give it to me. Stop. Young people don't listen. He ran very fast. He was young and wearing shoes. He ran out of his father's sight in an instant. After running for a while and looking back to see that no one was chasing him, he stopped with peace of mind. In my heart, I thought it would be nice to run fast. Really, the old man himself is uneducated, so he doesn't believe his words. Although he seemed to be unreliable before. But then he swore that he really thought so. This second world is said to be a game, but now that the country is vigorously developing its economy, leaders are eager to roll up their sleeves and get to work. He didn't believe that what they admired was just a game. Afraid that his father would block him at home, the young man simply looked around and found a small alley with nowhere to go. He didn't mind the dust, so he sat down directly and followed the street director's words. The holographic helmet was put on his head. After putting it on, he pressed the top button of the helmet. The darkness in front of my eyes suddenly changed from the darkness just now to an even more complete darkness. Then this black gradually evolved into a light color, and then gradually became lighter. This step is very familiar to him who often plays spiritual games. Because of the familiar colors, the young people felt at ease. It seems like you don't have to worry about not getting started. As a result, after the light color faded, he realized that he was wrong. In just a blink of an eye, he realized that he seemed to be standing in an open space. It's not the kind of spiritual game where the body is sitting on a chair, but what the eye see is other pictures. But literally, the whole body is standing in this open space. Mom. The young man was confused for a moment, suspecting that his vision had deceived his senses. He lowered his head subconsciously and stretched out his hands to look. This one? Look, I was shocked again. His hands actually followed his thoughts and were raised. If you move your fingers again, it will be the same. But he didn't tie those sensors on his fingers before entering the game. Before he could figure it out, a voice suddenly sounded. Hello Zhang Xiangdong, I am your smart assistant Xioxi. Following the sound, some light spots slowly appeared in front of Zhang Xiangdong, and then these light spots became more and more in front of him, and finally gathered into shape. OMG! If my mother just now was amazed, then my mother now is completely shocked. Zhang Xiangdong had only seen the scene in his dreams. And in that dream, he dreamed of fairies. Of course, smart assistants won't be fairies. It takes the shape of a half-human cat. The cat is yellow and white, and looks very similar to the orange cat that Zhang Xiangdong used to see often. Its mouth opens and closes, and when it speaks, it almost seems like it is smiling with its corners raised. Excuse me, do you need help? OMG! This time Zhang Xiangdong's voice was louder. He pointed at the half-human tall cat in front of him, and almost made his eyes pop out. Cat? Cats can talk. Did the smart assistant pay attention to Zhang Xiangdong pointing at him rudely? He just explained in a good-tempered way, you don't have to be afraid. Strictly speaking, I'm not a cat. I'm just a bunch of data. Because you filled in the survey report that your favorite animal is a cat, so the game image will be a cat. If you are not satisfied with our game image, you can help us change it to other animals after the game time reaches 10 hours. As long as it is an animal in the game system, you can change it. Free revisions. After finishing speaking, the cat did not forget to raise its paws and yawn properly, reminding, each player only has one free modification opportunity, please choose carefully when the time comes. Although holographic games are now free for everyone. But it is definitely inevitable that Krypton Gold will be used in the future. The smart assistant is reminding players to use it sparingly. Apparently Zhang Xiangdong didn't even realize how to write the words Krypton Gold. It took him a long time to digest what the cat said. Although his reason told him that what the other party said was true, when he really saw this cat that was half the height of a man. Still a little trepidatious. Can you be smaller? You are too tall. I look scared. The intelligent assistant's friendly reminder, the height of the cat you filled in the survey report is half a meter. Zhang Xiangdong rubbed his head. Yes. He had previously seen that it was said that you can have your own smart assistant in the game. The image of the assistant must be an animal. As for the height and code color, you can fill in it yourself. At that time, my brain was twitching, and I thought that the orange cat I often met was too thin to be masturbated, so I filled in the half-meter mark. As a result, when he saw half a meter, he didn't dare to take action at all. The smart assistant was equipped with the function of recognizing expressions. Seeing the changing expressions on Zhang Xiangdong's face, he immediately said thoughtfully, "Don't worry, I'm just a bunch of data and don't have any lethality." In short, he informed his owner very professionally that he was no longer lethal. However, Zhang Xiangdong is still a little doubtful. If he hadn't had rich experience in various extreme escapes at the hands of his father, he wouldn't be standing here talking to the other party at this moment, but running away. Barely able to stabilize his mind, while frantically brainwashing himself, "This is a game, this is a game, this is a game," Zhang Xiangdong swallowed his saliva and said cautiously. "Then, can I enter the game?" "Of course. I found that your home address is XXXXX, Changliu County. May I ask? Is that accurate?" Zhang Xiangdong nodded quickly. "Okay, then I will take you to the Changliu County Transit Hall, where you can directly enter your home." After the smart assistant finished speaking, he turned around and started walking back. After taking 2 steps, he found that Zhang Xiangdong had not followed, so he turned around and swung his tail, "Please follow. Zhang Xiangdong." He kept saying this is a game, while keeping up with the other party's footsteps. It was also strange, after only taking 2 or 3 steps, a white light flashed before his eyes, and he stood in a hall. Zhang Xiangdong looked at the bright and spacious hall in front of him and almost wanted to stuff an egg in his mouth. He has never seen such a grand place in his life. The smart assistant squatted next to him, looking up at the big screen in the middle of the transit hall. "Do you need me to help you adjust the location of your home?" Zhang Xiangdong nodded quickly, "Yes, yes." The smart assistant stretched out its paw, and the next second, the one was far away from them. The big screen far away immediately changed its appearance and turned into a map. In just 2 seconds, a small landmark surrounded by a red circle was locked. There is also an address written on it. Zhang Xiangdong was stunned when he saw that the other party had dispatched their family immediately. "You are so far away, how did you do it?" The smart assistant meowed, "This is a game world. Of course it is different from reality. You can actually control it from a distance like this, but you need to wait until you have been in the game for an hour. Back." Zhang Xiangdong nodded eagerly. He was already looking forward to being able to control things like this in an hour. This is simply the same as the immortal his grandfather told him. Does the player want to jump to home? This time Zhang Xiangdong did not hesitate. "Jump." The smart assistant stretched out its claws, and the area marked with a red circle moved as if it had been poked by something. It immediately began to zoom in the next second, as if it had been poked by something. Each painting unfolds in the same way. Before Zhang Xiangdong could marvel, he was wrapped up in the painting. Zhang Xiangdong. Oh my God! He subconsciously held his head and closed his eyes in fear. When he found that everything seemed safe, he cautiously opened his eyes tentatively. I looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually standing in an empty house covered in beautiful white paint. This room is quite big, but it's just too empty. But because he was down to earth, Zhang Xiangdong quickly let go of his fear, and turned to ask the smart assistant who was already squatting beside him, "Zioxi, didn't you say you were going to my house? How did you get here?" Cat explained in a serious voice, because it is impossible to collect the internal environment of all residents of China, the country has unified and built houses for players in the game. Although these houses are not furnished, there are currently free furniture coupons. Players can choose furniture from the mall to decorate their houses. Zhang Xiangdong's eyes widened when he heard this. Oh my god. The country is so good, right? It not only gave me such a big house, but also gave me furniture. Is this simply a welfare house? Although his parents' house was provided by his employer, he was still young and had no memory of it at the time, so he was not as shocked as he is now. In the next half hour, Zhang Xiangdong followed the guidance of the intelligent assistant and tried to. He opened the mall, skipping the various things that dazzled him, and went directly to the furniture channel. Choose free furniture and start decorating your room. Even though he clearly knew that this was just a game world and everything he was decorating was fake, Zhang Xiangdong had never felt like he could decorate his home as he wanted since he was a child, which still made Zhang Xiangdong happy. Incessantly. Especially even though he was decorating his home, he didn't have to do anything himself. He only had to choose the furniture, then click on it and imagine that he was moving it, and the furniture would arrive where he wanted. Where it goes. Because it didn't take any effort, he arranged it in no time at all. Alright. Looking at the stunningly beautiful house in front of him, Zhang Xiangdong was very excited. My parents are here and they must think I'm awesome. Although he was still very excited about decorating the room, after the excitement passed, he remembered what he came in for, and quickly asked the smart assistant. Me? Can I go out and take a look? Sure. The smart assistant answered very quickly. In order to avoid causing riots, players can only visit Changliu County within 3 days. After 3 days, they can go anywhere in the country as long as they have valid reasons. Anywhere. Zhang Xiangdong was shocked. The country of China in the game is the same as outside, right? Yes, the second world is completely built according to the real world. OMG. Zhang Xiangdong was shocked again. If it is really the same as in the real world, wouldn't it be possible to go directly to other cities without taking a car? He had always wanted to find a job in the city next door. Although Changliu County has developed games, it is still a small county, and the jobs he can find are low-paying. Not safe. Zhang Xiangdong is not as uneducated and unskilled as he appears and doesn't want to work. Deep down in his heart, he also has the desire to work hard, earn a lot of money and then return home in glory. It's just that Changliu County is too far from the next city. Zhang Xiangdong doesn't have the fare, and his parents will definitely not pay for him. That's why he practiced dancing every day and tried to earn his own fare. If you were in the second world, you could go to the next city. Zhang Xiangdong was shocked and asked quickly, Zioxi, where can you find reality in the second world? Lee's job? Sure. The smart assistant seemed to be waiting for him to ask this. When Zhang Xiangdong said this, it immediately opened a scroll with many pages. If you want to apply for a job, you can write down your conditions on the application notice. If you want to recruit, you can also write down the requirements and salary package on the recruitment notice. I want to remind you that all regulations in the second world are protected by law just like in the real world. Once any false information is reported, players will not only need to have their accounts banned in the second world, even in the real world, you may still pay legal costs. Please fill in the form honestly. Zhang Xiangdong was even happier after hearing this. Doesn't this mean that he doesn't have to worry about meeting a liar? When I was in Changliu County, because the place was small, it was difficult for outside news to come in, and it was also difficult for inside news to get out, so most locals could only work locally. People who go out to work either have enough money to support themselves outside for a while, or they are brave enough to grit their teeth and dare to go out and work hard. Today's era is not like that of later generations. When something happens, you can just call your family and transfer money online immediately. Nowadays, it is common for migrant workers to sleep in bridge holes. It often happens that you are too late to ask for help at home when you encounter various dangers. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Xiangdong's parents, who had grown up in Changliu County and never left the county town, would never allow their son to go out and make a living. They had no idea about other cities, and they only thought that their son, a non-local, would have been bullied in the past. Zhang Xiangdong looked at the scroll with bright eyes, as if he were looking at gold. With the support of the country and the law, he can safely and boldly look for jobs he can do there. And because he can go to other cities after 3 days in the game, he can even visit places in the game to familiarize himself with the environment before going to his place of work. Mom. When Zhang Xiangdong thought about the infinite possibilities in the future, he was so excited that he almost shed tears. He finally knew why the country promoted holograms so vigorously. Just to make it easier for them to find jobs. Country dad is so good. The leaders are so nice. The country still really has such an idea. Work is just one of them. For someone like Zhang Xiangdong who wants to find a job and work hard to make money, the channel he found is naturally work. Others, too, will find a variety of channels based on their needs. Businessmen have found that in the hologram, they can talk business face to face across the city. In addition, in the hologram, you can add friends. Even if the world is not there for 3 days now, they can still chat through video conversations in the hologram. Although communication tools such as mobile phones have been produced, it is never possible for the state to distribute a mobile phone to everyone for free. It's different with holograms. In the holographic world, all functions such as phone calls are free. The businessmen discovered the business opportunities and took advantage of the fact that there were not many people inside the holographic world. They hurriedly went to the public screen to publish various news, because similar news in the holographic world must be true, as long as it is the right person for the source of goods. You can contact us with confidence. A farmer living in the mountains was playing with a holographic helmet. He finally got in and was almost scared to death by his own smart assistant. He finally accepted that this was a smart assistant, not a fairy, so he saw the channel. Pushed news about purchasing fruits. Seeing that price, farmers can't even be afraid. In order for his children to have money to build a house, he boldly contacted the other party. He heard that they had fruits all over the mountains and plains, but it was difficult to transport them due to mountain roads, so if the other party came to pick them up by themselves, if so, they would be willing to reduce the other party's price by another 50%, and their eyes would suddenly light up. Travel expenses are indeed a problem, but 50% is more attractive. The boss, who was in urgent need of fruit, immediately said that he purchased the fruit to make jam. Since the mountain road was difficult to walk, he would build a branch factory in their mountain village. Fruit is difficult to transport and easily spoiled on the road, but jam is different. Isn't the problem solved? A business deal was negotiated, the farmers solved the village's problem of selling fruit, the boss got a cheap and large supply of goods, and both parties were very satisfied. And the boss secretly thought that since the fruit was purchased so cheaply, he could sell the jam at a lower price, which would attract more supply and make a lot of profit. Beautiful, beautiful. Holographic games are too good. Too good, too good. Just 3 days without going to other cities. He has already negotiated several deals of goods. If the road to other cities is opened in 3 days, he will make a fortune immediately. Thinking of this, the boss quickly stopped the game. He had to prepare quickly. Although he had already signed a contract in the game, he still had to go to the small mountain village to see it with his own eyes. How else can I say that the second world is awesome? If it weren't for the second world, he might never know in his next life that there was a small village in such a remote place, and that the village was full of unsellable fruits. In a laboratory, countless students wore helmets and entered the world. They almost cried out of surprise when they looked at the various expensive instruments in the laboratory. "Teacher, can we really use these again and again? Can we really do experiments here every day? This would be too happy." Their teacher smiled and said, "Don't worry, the application we submitted has been approved. From now on, this laboratory will be your place of study. Feel free to use it boldly. No matter how expensive it is, you can do it here without limit. It's a copy, but remember to distinguish between the second world and reality, and you still need to take care of things after you go out." The students all agreed excitedly. Although their major can benefit the country and the people, due to the shortage of resources, every time they study, they just want to break an instrument into two. When the second world came out before, they thought that this had nothing to do with them, but they didn't expect that it could also be used in experiments. As soon as they thought about being able to conduct a large number of experiments in the future without worrying about insufficient resources, their hearts were full of pride. In the past, resources were not enough. Now that the country has given them such great support and even prepared a laboratory for them in the game, are they still afraid that they will not be able to produce results? Just as surprised as them were the students from various subjects who needed to practice constantly. Especially the medical students were extremely excited. In reality, it is difficult to arrange a general teacher, but it is different for the dummies in the game. Although it is a dummy, its human body structure and so on are completely the same as those of real people. The medical students each had a dummy in their hands, holding scalpels and smiling like perverts. Very good. I finally don't have to queue in the future. I can't wait in line. Similar things happened all over China. The Chinese people who originally maintained the attitude of "I'm just trying" basically quickly found the real usage of the second world after entering the game. In this world, resources can be regenerated. Although fake resources cannot be used in the real world, they can be used as experimental tools for students. It can also serve as the best breeding ground for scientific researchers. Various experiments that may cause danger in real life can be tried in the second world in advance to ensure that those dangers are minimized before being used in reality. Businessmen no longer have to sit in a car for a long time or fly for a long time to do business. They only need to enter the second world, and then make an appointment to make a video call immediately. After opening the link to travel to other cities, they can immediately go to the coordinates of the other party as long as they go to the transit hall. And some relatives who live far away and are reluctant to pay for phone calls every day are also surprised to find that in this game, they can meet directly. Now it's just a phone call, but in the future, they can go shopping, eat, and chat together in the second world. It's almost the same as when I was at home. It only took the whole country a day to successfully turn from dubious resistance to wild excitement. Ji Chang's was also looking at the page in the game where countless people were talking to each other almost every second, smiling very simply. After 3 months, China's economic situation will develop rapidly. After all, it is open and closed. It would be a shame if it could not develop with the support of the second world. At that time, the game experience period is over, and you will have to pay to travel to other cities and other coordinates. It's not expensive, only 1 yuan a time. Although it looks small, think about how many people there are in the country. Even if a person only gives 1 yuan, it is an astronomical sum. Hologram develops the economy, and when the economy develops, players begin to feed back, and when the players feed back, the country will naturally have money to build the real world. Ji Chang's abacus clicked loudly. As the sound continued, he did not forget to remind the comrades in the army who were following him, remember to ensure that all comrades in the army who are disabled due to injuries can play the holographic game. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. If some comrades don't receive it, we will also send people to deliver it to your door. In a small distant city, a man missing a leg sat silently on the bed, while his comrades were persuading him. It's really possible. I'm not lying to you. Although there is currently no technology to restore a broken leg in reality, you can be an instructor in the game. The man gave a wry smile and looked at the helmet with bitter eyes. Do not lie to me. This veteran, who was once extremely heroic, but lost one of his legs while defending the country, had a thin face and an indescribable melancholy between his brows. How can I become an instructor like this? You can. The comrade gently put the helmet on his head. The country is already researching the technology of regenerating amputated limbs. In the future, you can also recover in reality. The man didn't take off his helmet, he just closed his eyes silently. Regeneration of severed limbs. This seemed like a fantasy to him. How could there be such medical treatment in the world? He felt that his comrades were comforting him. While he was thinking, he slowly opened his eyes. He was startled when he realized that he was standing. He subconsciously wanted to hold on to something to maintain his balance, but the next second, he looked down and froze. Next to the left leg is a slender right leg. The light spots gathered into a police dog, and it almost seemed to be smiling when it spoke. Hello national hero, he hung, I am your smart assistant. You have silver level access to the second world. You have 12 hours of online time every day. We will take you to understand the second world. He hung looked at the police dog and his eyes turned red. He once borrowed a police dog when performing a mission, but during that mission, he lost one of his legs, and the police dog also sacrificed to protect him. Before, some comrades mentioned that they could send retired police dogs to accompany him, but he had never dared to agree. Unexpectedly, his smart assistant turned out to be a police dog. Moreover, the other party's appearance was so similar to the police dog that he had fought alongside before. Moving his legs carefully, he walked over in an awkward and unskilled manner, squatted down, looked at the police dog looking at him with clear eyes, and stretched out his arms to hug him. If it's possible in the game, then in reality, we should be able to wait for such a miracle. The author has something to say. The author is a tech loser. I only learned that computers can be operated with touchscreen gestures a few days ago, so. The descriptions of technology in the article are all made up by me. I just want everyone to watch and enjoy it, ha 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 ha. Before I say good night, please give me a nutrient solution. Please don't hit me carelessly. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Teng Zhongmao. Chapter 480. In the eyes of many people, China has already created a miracle. When its development was limited, China actually pulled the plug, pooled the country's national strength, and forcibly used all people's information to develop the real economy. In reality, development will encounter various obstacles, such as strong intervention by a certain country, so it is impossible to catch up with information. In holographic information, resources and information are truly exchanged. Many people have realized that as technology develops better and better, the most powerful thing in this era is information. As for China, it has become such a large country that all people can exchange information. Buying, selling, leasing, recruiting, talents from all walks of life. As long as there is a need, write down your requirements on the information platform, and the whole country of China can always find what you want. Once people start to circulate boldly, the city will naturally evolve from a pool of stagnant water into a living water. The transaction volume in just 1 month has reached a jaw-dropping level. Countries around the world don't know what to say. The country of Hua unexpectedly put itself in a state of panic. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to copy each other's successful experience. China's holographic technology is like technology that descended from the interstellar era. But they still have the courage to send it to people all over the country for free. Be them instead. Even if they really have this technology, it is impossible to make it free. Of course, the most important thing is that they don't have this technology. Put pressure on China? Today's Huaguo is no longer the little pitiful person it used to be, and it is no longer so easy to talk to. Do they have Wang Jia in their hands? If they really start a war, it may be a dead end in the end. Everyone can see that China's economy has soared at a rocket-like speed after such a magical operation, but there is nothing they can do to stop it. In particular, it is very easy to publish national announcements within the hologram. In the past, it was still a bit difficult for the government to convey news to the people. Some people were illiterate and could not buy newspapers. News, many people did not have TVs at home. Things are different now. If you have any news, just pin it to the top of the announcement. For example, the recently released top announcement of the technology competition. People from all over the country can participate, starting with district and county competitions, then city competitions, then provinces, and finally the whole country. Not only are there bonuses for excellence, but if you perform well, you can also join a national department or study in a research institute. Anyone who wants to enter the holographic information can see this announcement. With such a large population in China, talent is indispensable. Even those who have been obscured due to various reasons can still stand out and show their talent to others. At the same time, the holographic realm is not reality after all. Ordinary players can only stay there for 5 hours. People are more likely to exchange resources with each other and seek jobs. To put it bluntly, for many people, this is a big platform where people all over the country are present. But even if real problems are solved, before going to bed at night, most people will still go to the second world to see what announcements and news are there today, and then chat with family members far away in their hometowns. In reality, China is also developing rapidly. Anyone with a little foresight knows that today's China has money and people, and it is no longer the time to be weak enough to be manipulated and careful to survive. In a hospital in a certain country, an old scientific researcher was lying on the bed very ill and said to his assistant, "I feel a little better." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw familiar government officials coming from the corridor out of the corner of his eye, and he immediately lay down quickly. "Sir, I..." The government employee knocked on the door and came in. Before he could speak, he saw the other person covering his head with a distressed look on his face. "No, my illness is so serious. It seems that I can't do any work recently." "But sir, you still want to study holographic technology. Study you asterisk." The old scientific researcher almost jumped up and pointed at each other and cursed. He almost lost half his life for spiritual realm technology before, but as soon as some results came out, the holographic information came out. What are you still studying now? Wouldn't it be better to just lie flat? Anyway, China has said that it will sell some holographic technology to other countries in 5 years. He may not be able to figure out anything even after 5 years of research. Why waste time and life? Who knows, maybe as soon as he came up with a little bit of research, something weird would come out in China. The veteran scientific researchers refused to cooperate at all. A country that wanted to overpower China could only rest and think. For ordinary Chinese people, China has suddenly changed from a backward country to the most desirable tourist country. Currently, holograms are only available in China. If they want to play holograms, they can only go to China. So, overnight, China's tourism industry boomed. During that time, many of the job postings in Second World every day were for tour guides. There are people who specialize in. They set up a tour guide school, and the other party really had some ideas. In order to save money, they made a special trip to the Holographic Management Bureau and set up a holographic school. Classes last 4 hours every day. Although it is not a serious school, it has attracted many people who are thinking about changing careers to take the time to study online. Tour guide school is just the beginning. Suddenly, more and more people discovered that the holographic world could be used in this way, and many stores sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Most of them are businessmen. After seizing this business opportunity, they quickly bought a collector and collected the real-life goods into their own holographic stores. They waited until the business was concluded in the holographic store before actually shipping the goods. The express delivery industry, like the tourism industry, has developed almost at a rapid pace. Specifically, it took Ji Chang's 5 days to buy a new skull bag in the holographic world. Later, when he moved, Joe Zayako raised a puppy. They built a kennel in the yard and bought bricks online, but it arrived in 2 days. According to the courier who delivers the bricks, because the business volume is too large, many express delivery companies have emerged on the market. In order to attract customers, everyone has to make their own name as much as possible. There are many companies, and couriers have many choices. In order to retain employees, and also want them to work harder, the company pays you higher wages every month than every month. People in ancient times called money the smell of copper. If a scholar openly expressed his love for money, he would be despised. But now, money can bring a good life to people, who doesn't love it? When couriers get paid well, they will naturally work harder for better wages. Just by looking at this, Ji Chang's knew that there would be no problem with Hua's rapid development. Everyone works hard to make money, and when they earn money, they want to buy, and enjoy. Now it's convenient to buy things. Wear a helmet, choose a city and go shopping, and have fun shopping. It's natural. Want to buy. With such national efforts, it will be difficult for China to develop. When a country becomes stronger, those trivial matters will no longer hinder Ji Chang's. He is still addicted to playing games. And those top parents who had to deal with it themselves before are now unable to reach him at all. Ji Chang's is probably the most unrestrained scientific researcher with military rank. His military rank has reached general. But I still like to play games. The snowflake game has gradually evolved from being popular in Asia to becoming popular around the world. Body game. Dancing game. Gesture game. Only players can't think of it, and there is nothing that snowflakes can't do. Snowflake Games suddenly became the world's largest game publisher, with countless fans and players. It has even evolved to the point that as soon as a new product is released, many people rush to buy it without even reading the detailed introduction. And Snowflake didn't live up to the players' love. It maintains the frequency of releasing new products every year, and each time it is released, it must be very fun, which makes people feel more reliable. Snowflake Game Company has also become the world's largest game company, managed by Ji Shui. Although she got this position thanks to her father, making games and managing a game company are two completely different things. Ji Shui's ability to manage the company to great success is enough to show her ability. This is not because of her talent, but mainly because she has been preparing since high school. Her father, in the eyes of others, is a genius scientific researcher, the emperor of games, and an extremely evil person. But only her own family knew that her father knew nothing about anything other than playing games and doing technical work. It was just like when her grandparents pestered their family members, he didn't know how to deal with it. The reason why there was no chaos in the first few years of the game company was because he immediately asked the state for help, and the state hired someone to look after him for several years. Coupled with her father's contribution to the country, the company has been given the green light all the way, so there has been no trouble. Ji Shui, who was in her senior year of high school at the time, saw her father having a headache over the company's accounts. In the end, Her mother couldn't bear to see her father being so distressed, so she gritted her teeth and took the accounting qualification certificate, and then reluctantly took over the job. From that moment on, Ji Shui knew what major she would choose after entering university. Ji Shui is a typical image of a strong woman in the outside world. The only daughter of the founders of Snowflake Company, she grew up to be a resolute female CEO. Sometimes, when she looks at herself in the mirror, she can't remember what she looked like when she was a child and was bullied by her grandparents. Her grandparents were still complaining about her father's unfilial piety until they died. But everyone knows that her father is the most filial person. It can even be called foolish filial piety. If it weren't for the help of a bunch of smart people around her, her father would have been tricked a long time ago. When my grandma passed away, she was still talking about her uncle. It was said that her uncle was also unfilial and spent all their hard-earned money, but he didn't even have any money. Providing them with old age care means no profit. Ji Shui knew that her uncle was in jail. At first, the grandparents were looking for him, but when they heard that Lin Changyuan was in jail, they felt embarrassed and never mentioned this little son who they loved so much. In terms of ruthlessness, her brother-in-law and grandparents are truly a family. Only her father was out of place. It is said that my brother-in-law was originally going to be shot, but at that time he came up with a piece of information about a certain country and saved his life. But the crime of espionage is enough to put him in jail for the rest of his life. However, Ji Shui felt that it was a good thing for the other party to go to jail. After all, a certain country suffered a big loss at that time, and China did not cover it up. Naturally, they found out the information was revealed by their own spies who instigated rebellion. It is said that they had no idea where Lin Yuan got the secret information from. After some investigation and failed to find out, Lin Yuan's name was put on the execution list. If he hadn't been imprisoned in a Chinese prison, he would have been executed long ago. Ji Shui had no impression of her uncle at all. His father is too honest, and he even visited him a few times. It is said that his brother-in-law was in jail for so long that he actually went crazy. Every time I watch the news in prison, I go crazy for a while. It is said that it is impossible, China cannot develop like this, and a certain country is the world's most powerful country. I heard that he was beaten frequently because of this problem. Prisoners imprisoned have committed various crimes, but those who are not patriotic are quite rare. His blatant remarks were a thorn in the side of many people. It was snowing on the day Ji Chang's died. He was very old, and he passed away very peacefully, which can be regarded as a happy occasion. When the Chinese flag flew at half-mast for him, people realized that the founder of Snowflake Games, who had been committed to developing games, had actually developed holographic technology. It's just that after he finished making holographic information, he continued to indulge in developing games. Ji Chang's was a low-key person and did not like to brag about his achievements to others. In addition, for the sake of his safety, Hua did not brag about it at that time. The Snowflake game forum exploded. Are you serious? The developer of the Snowflake game we have been playing is actually the developer of the holographic world? Mom, I suddenly feel that the games I play are becoming more high-end, come on. Oh my god. Such a big boss has been making games. I can't blame Snowflake Games for being so fun. It turns out that the big boss is behind it? I knew it. You know the founder of Snowflake is a big shot. But why did the boss never do anything else after finishing the full game, but just kept playing games? Everyone chatted back and forth, and someone actually revealed the truth. I am a member of Mr. G's family. My grandfather told me that Mr. G has been making games. I checked and found out that many years ago, when holographic technology first came out, the second world is also called a holographic game. As soon as these words came out, many people were shocked. The second world that changed the entire world is actually just a game. Is this the difference between me and the boss? The boss can change the world even by making a game. Boss G is so powerful, didn't the country recruit him in the first place? Upstairs, the country has already recruited people. Didn't you see that Mr. G is a general? That was the rank of general that he had so many years ago. I'm here again. I asked my grandpa. He told me that many people in our hometown know about the early boss. It is said that he was stimulated when he was young. His parents. A piece of popular science is as fierce as a tiger, and others think it is 205. Oh my God, just because his parents said that there will never be any future in gaming, did Mr. G support the entire gaming industry? The maintenance worker becomes a boss. What kind of fairy tale plot is this? Even TV dramas would not dare to write it like this. Are his parents fools, that such a genius son is still partial to other sons? Sure enough, the things that are easy to get are not cherished. Not only his parents, but his younger brother is also a fool. If I had such a good brother, I would just hug him and let the boss give me whatever he wants. If I miss something, it will be enough for me. What a blessing to have it. Throw it away yourself. If I were them, I would vomit to death. Lin Changyuan was really going to die of vomiting. He was not in good health to begin with. Not long after he was imprisoned, it was discovered that his illness was not serious. At first, the doctor gave him advice to be less angry and to be calm. As a result, China is developing rapidly, and the prisons are also equipped with TVs. After dinner, everyone will be gathered together to watch the news for a while. Lin Changyuan vomited blood when he saw China's economic index. Seeing that China no longer needs to rely on imported resources makes me vomit blood. Seeing countless foreigners vying for Chinese citizenship for the sake of the Second World makes me vomit blood. Watching it once makes him angry. Watching it once made him feel uncomfortable. In the end, the doctor no longer asked him to feel calm. Calm down. Because it's useless to say it. Every now and then, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. This was originally just an emotional emergency, but Lin Changyuan suddenly turned it into a habit of vomiting blood. Will his health be good in the long run? However, Lin Changyuan's lifespan is quite long, as he keeps spitting out things like this. He endured and endured until his eldest brother passed away. Before Lin Changyuan could be happy that he had finally died behind his eldest brother in this life, he saw the country's flag lowered to half-mast. Lin Changyuan. The prison organized them to observe a moment of silence. Lin Changyuan. On the news, his eldest brother's godbrother, Zhao Jiji, who has now become a well-known figure, as well as the current chairman of Snowflake, his niece Ji Shui, and Zheng Qiahua, are all here. Lin Changyuan. Can't he be happy? Come on. What a wonderful life his eldest brother has had. His daughter is wonderful, his friends are supportive, and his godbrother is so good. He just couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't the game be eliminated? Why are games becoming more and more popular in this life? But when the national leaders began to talk about Ji Chang's various contributions to the country, Lin Yuanyuan was completely confused. Of course he knows about holographic technology. This holographic technology, which had no regulations in his previous life until his death, actually came out right after he was imprisoned in this life. However, the prisoner cannot enter the second world. He can only listen to other people's discussions there. And China is what it is today, also because of holographic technology. Lin Changyuan only felt that he was born at the wrong time. He did not commit treason in his previous life, and China's development speed was only average. In this life, as soon as he rebelled against the country, a holographic technology suddenly appeared in China and developed. Fate was too stingy to him. Lin Yuan thought this all the time. It wasn't until his eldest brother's funeral that he heard that holographic technology was developed by his eldest brother. The leader is still saying that his eldest brother has devoted his life to game technology. Although it is a game, every technology is of great help to China. Lin Changyuan. Is it because the country of China has developed so rapidly in this life because he changed his elder brother's original path? The eldest brother who had a smooth life failed to get into college. He remained inactive until he was in his 30s. Then because of his guidance, his parents disliked the eldest brother, which irritated the other party, and the eldest brother became angry and developed a game. In the end, a holographic game was developed, which changed China and the world. He was reborn. For once, Ji Chang's achievements were actually higher than before. The most devastating thing is that the other party's achievements were humming caused by him. Lin Yuan was not feeling well. His throat slowly became filled with fishy sweetness. The prisoner next to him was not surprised, he vomited blood again. Again? What news stimulated him? Whatever, come on, let's continue watching. Amidst the excitement of other prisoners, Lin Changyuan slowly fell on the table. His eyes were still glued to the photos on the TV screen. In the photo, Ji Chang's, who has white hair and a kind face, smiles kindly. In the history books, he will be the first celebrity who wanted to develop a game, and the result was that he changed the world. Don't tell me, it's quite inspiring. The author has something to say. This world is over, there will be another update before 12 o'clock, Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 481. Ji Chang's. As soon as Ji Chang's opened his eyes, he was faced with an angry shout, how many times have I told you? Don't like my Feedion anymore. Also, don't post those good morning and good night words on my Feedion message board. I won't let others take advantage of you. You playboy. A heartless and scumbag central air conditioner. The emotion was not ordinary, and the voice broke directly. You even flirt with your girlfriend's best friend, you bitch. The other party was a very gentle-looking girl, but she was obviously very angry at the moment. She just couldn't breathe. After scolding her in one breath, she snorted coldly and concluded with a slightly broken voice. I must tell Yang Yang. I have to go to the campus wall to hang a scumbag like you. What kind of school idol are you worthy of? Just wait, the evidence is conclusive. You're done. Tisk tisk tisk. This loud volume. Ji Chang's didn't need to guess to know that her throat must be very sore at the moment, and she might have trouble speaking. I'm sorry if my throat doesn't hurt all day long. Her volume is higher than the treble. He observed it from the corner of his eye for a second. This is a runway. He is wearing sportswear and sneakers. There is no one else around except this girl who is singing high notes to him. Ji Chang's calmly touched the earphones on his ears, took them off as if nothing had happened, and asked the other party who had just finished cursing and was panting with his hands on his hips. What did you say to me? Did I just put on headphones to listen to music? Did you hear it? The girl who finally finished scolding her heartfelt words said. Seeing that she was choked, Ji Chang showed some doubts. Why don't you speak? You. The girl never thought that this guy didn't hear the words she had been cursing for a long time. She was so angry that she opened her mouth to curse, but when she opened her mouth, she found that her throat hurt when she spoke, and her voice became hoarse. Girl. She unwillingly tried to keep up her efforts. You this. Grass. My throat hurts. Although he hasn't seen the memory yet, Ji Chang's, who accurately captured the 4 keywords of central air conditioning, immediately entered the character setting and pushed the cup of milk tea in front of her with a concerned look on his face. Is your throat okay? Drink some milk tea to moisten it. Don't worry, I haven't drank yet. I bother. Female. The child wanted to continue scolding her, but her throat was badly hurt now. It hurt so much when she opened her mouth, and she could only cover her neck with an aggrieved expression. Just wait for me. Ji Chang's could see that she was very close to the original owner's female friend. If she hadn't been a good best friend, she wouldn't have had her face twisted in pain and still said harsh words. After saying the cruel words, the other party ran away with anger and pain on his face. Ji Chang's looked innocent. Why are you running? Hey, what did you just say to me? Don't run. After watching the girl run away, he put on the headphones again and checked the memory while running. This world is still a world whose history and culture have never been seen before. Now it is a modern society. The original owner is attending college and is a sophomore student. The girl just now, who obviously had no experience in cursing for the first time, and whose throat was split because she used too much force, is the best friend of the original host's female friend, and is also a roommate. She was not wrong. The original owner was really a central air conditioner. And it's a really crappy central air conditioner. When it comes to central air conditioning, the most important foundation is of course appearance, and the appearance of the original owner is not bad compared to celebrities. He has been praised all the way from childhood to adulthood, and has won numerous male god titles. He also likes his status as a male idol. Growing up, he not only cared about his appearance and figure, but also worked hard to maintain his image as a top student. He is good looking and has good grades. From childhood to adulthood, he has been popular in any school. The original owner liked this kind of welcome very much. He enjoyed the admiring looks of the girls on him. He believed that every time a girl liked him, it was a conquest that represented victory. Just like collecting stamps, he is courteous to every beautiful girl intentionally or unintentionally. If you're single and like this, you won't be afraid of being scolded at most and your boat will overturn. But he ended up being single in his freshman year. The other party is white, rich, beautiful, rich, and has a simple and kind temperament. Although the original owner has been very popular since childhood, his family background is average and he doesn't really want to work hard. Finding a rich woman to support him is certainly no problem for his appearance. The thing is, he's also very picky. Is the rich woman older than him? He doesn't like it. He doesn't like the rich woman if she's not good looking. In the end, after careful selection by him, his girlfriend Yuan Yang became the rich woman. Of course, Yuan Yang himself didn't know. In Yuan Yang's view, it was the good grades she and her classmates had after entering university. It's natural that very good classmates get together. The original owner has been coaxing women since he was a child. Coaxing such a girl who has never been in a relationship before going to college is simply a downgrade. The other party naturally fell into trouble under his operation, and the relationship with her boyfriend became deeper and deeper. But after being honest for a while and coaxing his girlfriend into becoming his crush, the original owner started to be dishonest again. It is naturally impossible for him to give up an entire forest for a tree. What he enjoys is the sight of a bunch of beautiful girls admiring him. If you have a girlfriend, you can't flirt with her openly, but you can flirt with her secretly, or flirt with her casually. Anyway, as long as the girls like him, he will be satisfied. As a result, the original owner became such a helpful good old man. Help the senior sister carry water today. I'll bring medicine to my school girl tomorrow. This classmate needed certain information and he helped distribute it. The star-chasing classmate couldn't get a ticket, so he grabbed it and gave it to the other party. When I talk about it, it's all about helping my classmates. Just like Yuan Yang's best friend said. He is a central air conditioner. At first, Yuan Yang's best friend didn't notice anything, although she always felt that this best friend's boyfriend had so many things to do to help, and the people who asked him for help were girls, and she felt a little unhappy because she was her daughter at heart. But Yuan Yang was coaxed well by the original owner, and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After all, her boyfriend had a strong desire to survive, and he was always honest. He only helped to be a warm man and never did anything unnecessary. So even if my best friend feels something is wrong, it's hard to say anything. As a result, the original owner got her here. My bestie is also very good looking. Yuan Yang is charming, she is gentle. The original owner actually felt itchy when they first met, but the rabbit didn't dare to eat the grass next to the nest. After a long period of love, I found that Yuan Yang was easy to coax, and the two of them secretly tasted the forbidden fruit. Yuan Yang was pregnant. I guessed that the duck in the mouth could no longer fly, so I started to think about it. He is so good at the gentle and silent method of flirting with girls. He is active in front of girls in various ways and makes them feel warm. Because he has a girlfriend, most girls will still think of avoiding suspicion immediately when they are helped by him. But he has a calm attitude. Putting on a posture of I don't. I just want to do whatever I want, which makes people feel embarrassed to refuse. If you want to refuse, you will feel ashamed and feel that you are the one who is too sentimental and overthinking. Then, he helped, and his nonchalant attitude was just right. The other person was flirted with, but felt that the original owner didn't mean it, so he kept it at a good level. This is also what the original owner wanted. He likes the feeling of girls pursuing him, but he has no intention of giving up his dream of becoming a rich woman because of these girls. Yuan Yang is the rich woman he finally found who is good looking and has a good personality. He will never destroy the Great Wall by himself. However, these tricks of his don't work very well on Yuan Yang's best friend. Yuan Yang's best friend is good friends with Yuan Yang, and she has always felt that the original owner is too warm and nice to other girls. Although it's just ordinary help. But why don't you go and help your male classmates? And why are all the helpers beautiful girls and children? But no matter how she observed it, the original owner was indeed just helping. At most, he had a good relationship with those girls and children, but he had never crossed the line. It was not easy to observe others. When it was her turn, she felt something was wrong. She usually doesn't have much friendship with her best friend and her boyfriend. At most, she says hello when he comes to pick up Yuan Yang. As a result, during this period, the other party frequently made his presence felt in front of her. In reality, because she is always with Yuan Yang, she is only active online. Like it instantly on Fidian, and leave good morning and good night on the message board every day. Because the message board is very private and can only be seen by the person who left the message and the owner of Fidian, my best friend was reluctant to post it at first. Until I received more and more messages, and the other party came to check in almost every day. It was obvious that she knew that she had been maintaining Fidian very carefully and was trying to gain her favorability in this regard, so she couldn't help but explode. As a result, he found Ji Chang's who was running and cursed him in one breath, but the other party didn't hear him. Her voice was still hoarse. Ji Chang's took stock of this summary, but he didn't have time to look at the subsequent memories. His girlfriend's best friend was not someone who could tolerate it. He had to resolve the matter immediately. My best friend's name is He Chen Chen. It's a nice name, and it matches her appearance quite well, but she's not a really gentle girl. After scolding her for nothing, she was furious and rushed towards the dormitory with an angry face. I drank a large bottle of water in one go, intending to take a breather and continue cursing. She must take this. The tone was revealed to Yuan Yang. After drinking the water, I went out to look for him for a long time before I found out from my classmates that Ji Chang's was in the woods and seemed to be on the phone. He had been on the phone for a long time. After hearing this, He Chen Chen went straight to the woods. She must first curse people and vent her anger, then expose all kinds of behaviors of this person to Yuan Yang, and finally hang them on the campus wall. When she arrived at the place, she saw that the other party was facing away from her and holding a mobile phone in her hand. She touched her throat and was about to speak when she heard Ji Chang say in a low voice, "Don't worry, I have almost arranged everything for He Chen Chen. I will definitely win it at 7 o'clock tonight." He Chen Chen. Damn it! Her eyes suddenly widened. She had guessed before that Ji Chang's had bad thoughts about her. Didn't I expect that the other party actually planned to do it in reality? What gave him confidence? Make him feel that if he likes and leaves a message on his Feedion, she, Yuan Yang's best friend, will be willing to be with him? Scumbag. Bitch man. He Chen wanted to go up and expose the opponent directly, but before he raised his feet, he suddenly thought that Ji Chang's had always been sweet talking, and stopped again. No, she couldn't act rashly. Since Ji Chang's planned to take action at 7 o'clock tonight, she went to report to Yuan Yang so that she could see with her own eyes that this scumbag behaved inappropriately towards her best friend. At that time, no matter how much Yuan Yang believes in the other party, he will not be blind after seeing it with his own eyes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was perfect, so he Chen turned around and left. Ji Chang's, who was on the phone, turned around after a while, looked at the other party's back, and hung up the phone. He Chen ran back to the dormitory in one breath. Yuan Yang Jingle, who was watching dramas and eating snacks on the bed, didn't even bother to eat the snacks. Seeing her sweating profusely, he asked in surprise. Chen, what's wrong with you? You look like you're being chased by a dog. I was not only chased by a dog, I was bitten by a dog. Did he Chen look at his best friend angrily? After catching his breath, he walked to her bed. I'm telling you, your boyfriend. Yuan Yang was stunned. Impossible. Her first reaction was indeed disbelief. Although Nagasawa always helps others, he always keeps his distance. And you are my best friend, how could he have thoughts about you? No, look at this message board, look at these likes, he didn't leave messages so diligently when he was chasing you. He Chen knew she didn't believe it, so he took out his phone and showed Yuan Yang those messages. My Feedion friendship with him is already over 100. You and? Isn't he only 97? Yuan Yang looked at the good morning and good night messages on the message board with a pale face. She couldn't believe that her gentle and considerate boyfriend could be so enthusiastic about her best friend. Seeing her sad, he Chen also felt a little uncomfortable. Okay, he said he would take it down at 7 o'clock tonight. In this way, you will be with me all the time, and we will see what he is going to do. If he is really a scumbag, let's beat him to death together. Yuan Yang held her cell phone, was silent for a long time, and touched her abdomen. There was also a cry in his voice. Chen, I'm pregnant. He Chen. You are pregnant. Yuan Yang nodded and wiped his tears. Isn't it possible to go to school while pregnant? Nagasawa and I have planned to get married and then apply for on-campus childbirth. He Chen, what should we do now? Yuan Yang touched his belly. Let's check the situation first. If he is really. She didn't say the rest. He Chen also knew that although Yuan Yang was usually easy to fool, he wouldn't be able to grasp it clearly when something really happened, so he could only nod. It's just that my heart is still heavy. If she knew that Yuan Yang was pregnant, well, then she would still expose the scumbag after discovering his true identity. Yuan Yang is still pregnant now. If Ji Chang's is really a scumbag and wants to escape after getting married and having children, he will at least have to shed his skin. Just looking at Yuan Yang holding his stomach in silence, he Chen took a big sip of water. Now she really hopes that Ji Chang's is not a scumbag. Although the probability is very small, but what if it happens? The two of them sat in the dormitory and just waited for time to pass, as if they were waiting for a verdict. 6:50. 9. He Chen took out his phone, looked at the time on it, and glanced at Yuan Yang nervously. Yuan Yang also sat over. After a period of calming down, her mood became much better. Let's watch together and see what he will say to you. The two girls sat together and watched the time jump from 59 to 00. Ding. Message prompt sounds. Then notifications appeared automatically one after another. Fidian Kiwanzu reminder, Ji Changs, your friend with 100% favorability, entered the vegetable garden, and Ji Chang secretly picked your Tiangxiangke. Fidian Kiwanzu's reminder, Ji Chang secretly picked your loose strife. Tips from Fixin vegetable garden, Ji Chang secretly picked your big fruit basket. Yuan Yang. He Chen Chen. She tremblingly opened the Fidian vegetable garden. Sure enough, I saw that I had been planting for 2 weeks. I got up at 6 o'clock every morning to water and fertilize at 7 o'clock. The small vegetable seedlings that I had cultivated so hard were picked as soon as they matured at 7 o'clock. One stick. He Chen Chen started to laugh, smiled, and gradually began to gnash her teeth. No matter how sore her throat was, she could not suppress the anger she wanted to roar. So, your boyfriend, good morning and good night, like instantly, just for the 100% favorability, and then you can enter my vegetable garden as a 100% friend without my consent. Steal my food. I worked so hard to get the vegetable seeds from others who clocked in every day. It took me 2 weeks to plant them. Go to bed early and get up early. I planted the vegetables in 2 weeks. Compensate. Ask him to compensate me. The author has something to say, added 1003. Tweet, New World. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.